Good. Good morning, everyone. The meeting will start at 10:15. 4 minutes later. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to WordCamp Asia 2024. Everybody happy to be here? Yay, I'm happy to be here. My name is Raquel. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona in the US. This is my first time in Taiwan, and I'm very, very impressed, and just it's a lovely country, and I'm very excited to be here. And I'm going to be your MC for the whole morning. So if you have any questions or need anything, feel free to ask me or any other volunteers. If you guys been to WordCamps before, we have organizers and volunteers, and if you need any help, look for I think it's a purple badge, and they will help you. But we've got a great start to the day. We've got Miriam Schwab. Hello. Yes. Miriam is the head of WordPress relations for Elementor, and she's going to give us a lovely talk on what it's like to be a wonderful professional and a mother. So get ready to hear her talk, and everyone, let's welcome Miriam.
Yes? Yes. Hello. Now you can hear me. Thanks for coming. It's really exciting to be here in Taiwan. I also have never been here, and I'm really enjoying my time here. It's really a lovely country and really nice people. So thanks for hosting us, Taiwan, at this flagship event. And yeah, so I'm going to be talking about quite a crazy topic, which is building my career in WordPress while raising 7 kids. Yes, I do have 7 kids. And so I'm going to tell you about that and some of my learnings along the way. So, but first, I'll just tell you a bit about myself. So I've been in the WordPress space for over 17 years, and that started when I founded my WordPress development agency after I gave birth to my 4th kid, when I realized I needed more flexibility in my life, and I'll get into that. After doing that for about 13 years, I co-founded and was the CEO of a startup called Static. If you've heard of it, it's a platform for publishing WordPress websites in a static format that came to solve issues that many of us are familiar with in the WordPress space, security, scalability, and performance. And by publishing the sites in a static format, which means basically just HTML files and CSS and JavaScript, it's super fast, super scalable, and like you leave the servers behind. So I founded that company to try to solve these issues, and thank God that I did solve those issues with this platform. And it was a venture-backed startup, so that's also part of my story, meaning we raised funding from VCs and investors. And in June 2022, Elementor acquired Static, and I've been with Elementor since then. 6 months into being at Elementor, I took on this new role called Head of WordPress Relations, and that's what I'm doing until now. So that's a bit about me. I just want to make some disclaimers about this talk. So yes, I have 7 kids, but that has a lot to do with a lot of things, including my own personal choices, but also my society and my context and my culture. So my point here is not to inspire or motivate anyone to do anything that I have done. Okay, so that is not my point. It's like a little, what? Okay, fine. Anyways, yeah, my point is like we all have multiple aspects to our lives. Often part of it is our business and professional life and our personal lives. And I think whether you have 0 kids or 7 kids, we're all trying to figure out how to kind of juggle that and make that work for ourselves and give everything the attention that it needs and deserves. So having done the extreme version of that, I call it like an extreme sport, founding and selling to companies in the WordPress space and at the same time raising 7 children, I've learned some things along the way, thankfully. And so I'm here to share that with you in case that's helpful in some way. And I just also want to say that if you've heard me speak at WordCamps in the past, you will have maybe noticed that my talks tend to be like technical and very unpersonal. So, you know, I've spoken about content security policies, woo, super personal, and performance and static, and even the business of WordPress. I have mentioned and referenced here and there that I have 7 kids, but it's always kind of a side note and usually not publicly discussed. So this is quite personal for me, and so it is a bit of a sensitive place. I'm just putting that out there. The reason I submitted this talk is because people have been saying to me for a while that I should share my story, because it's a weird, unique story. And so I am, but just so you know, it's kind of vulnerable for me to share my things about my personal life. At the same time, I'm not sharing everything about my personal life. It's not, I still like my privacy. So, but what I'm sharing has to do with how I manage personal and business, and yeah, and hopefully that's helpful to you guys. Okay, so the role of WordPress in my career and my family. After I gave birth to my 4th kid, I realized that I needed more flexibility in my business life. At the time, I was working at an intellectual property firm, and like a few months before she was born, all 3 of my kids had chickenpox. But they didn't have chickenpox in any convenient way. It was one kid had it, and then another kid had it a week later, and then another kid had it a week later. So I kept calling my manager and being like, I can't come to the office again, I can't come to the office again. And he was actually like nice and understanding, but I didn't feel good about that. I felt bad that I was not able to deliver or show up, and I didn't like being in that situation. And and with a 4th kid coming along, I was like, okay, I definitely need flexibility in order to be able to be with my kids full-heartedly without feeling guilt. And I need to not be in like an office type of job. So after my 4th was born, I quit. Nicely, but I quit. And I decided to go freelance. I actually studied English literature, which is a very weird thing considering my career path, but I did. And I started by offering content creation services to companies and organizations. But what was happening was this content was consistently going into websites. And I found that I was much more interested in how those websites worked and what opportunities they brought than writing the content. So as I was providing these services, I also started to teach myself WordPress. And why WordPress? I was exploring the options, came across the open source options, felt more connected to that, tested them out, and fell in love with WordPress. So I was teaching myself how to build WordPress sites, and then I started to offer it as a service. And I was probably one of the first in Israel to offer WordPress to businesses as a professional service. At the time, companies were starting to look to set up blogs. That was like the cool thing. And WordPress was a great solution, and I was there to do that. And eventually that turned into an agency. So I chose WordPress because I liked it, but it brought a lot of benefits to me in terms of my professional versus personal life. First of all, because it's because it's web-based, it's super flexible, and I could do it when I want. If I'm not available, I just won't do it, and then when I am available, I'll be all in and working. And I can do it from home, and I can do it from wherever. And also, as you're working with WordPress, if you're providing it as a service, you end up having to learn a lot of things around it. I joke that I started out by building WordPress sites, but I ended up becoming somewhat of a server expert, which is not what I was looking to do. But when you're working with WordPress, you just have to understand that aspect of it. And then if you're providing it as a service, you also have to learn how to manage a business. So, you learn, I learned, and I'm sure many of you, as you're going along, you learn marketing, sales, management, and all this kind of stuff. And if you have an agency and it's growing, all of that, what that comes with it. And that, to me, was really interesting. It was, I was excited about the opportunity to learn about all these different things as I went along. And considering that I'm don't fit certain molds, let's say, being a mother of many small children, coming from Israel, and different things like that, I don't fit a mold. And in many industries, that might make me stand out in not a good way. But in the WordPress community, it's very diverse and very open and very welcoming. And so I call myself a weirdo, like I was a weirdo. And I was okay. I could be a weirdo and be myself in the WordPress community and continue to develop and be part of it despite that. So WordPress, I fell into it, but it ended up being a wonderful enabling choice for many reasons. So how did family and business make me better? I think we often try to draw lines in the sand in terms of our personal life and our professional life. And we're like, they're not connected, they're not related. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that. And I'm not going to think about either one of them, at the same time. And they have no connection to each other. In my experience, that's actually not the case. I found that as I was going along, I was able to take learnings from my personal life and apply it to business, and vice versa. things that I was doing in business made me better at running my home in a more efficient way, and like personal relationship types of things where I was able to apply to business. So I started to feel like with my kids, I'm providing them with customer service. So as in the agency, we were working with customers and clients and providing customer service. I found myself feeling like I was doing that with my kids, that they're like something around customers, employees, and stakeholders. That's my kids. And so, and I would apply certain things from providing customer service to them. Okay, so I have 7 kids. They all need attention. Can I give them all attention at the same time? No, because I'm just one person. So what do? I prioritize. Who needs attention right now? Who has the highest level of critical, right? And even, okay, how do you communicate with customers? You have to communicate a different way with different clients because, you know, some are more technical, some are less technical. Some have more background, some have less. And so the same with kids. Like some you need to talk to them in a more emotional way, some in a more practical way. You know, some need more hugging, some need just like, here's a good bowl of pasta, you know, or whatever. So, I often felt like I was providing customer service to my kids, and I think I did that better because of work. And in terms of building relationships, so you know, there's a lot of talk in the world of business, like hustle culture, which I can't stand, and I can't stand that word, so I don't even want to say it. But it's like, oh, gotta do. We're gonna keep working, and that's gonna bring success. What about building relationships? What does that have to do with business? Shouldn't we just keep working? So, in my experience, none of us are working in a bubble, and everything we do is based on a relationship with other people, whether it's our colleagues, our clients, customers. In a venture-backed startup, it's your investors. It's all relationships, and so we want to do that well. And I feel like there's not a lot of discussion around that in the business world. I come from a pretty big family. I have something like 30 cousins or something. I don't know. And I myself come from a big family, and we talk a lot. Like it's like a lot of just gabbing. And my grandfather was a rabbi of a Jewish community, and my grandmother like co-led it with him. And so community stuff, and we all just talk a lot. And so I took that from my personal life. People are like, oh, you're so good at talking. I'm like, well, you should have seen how I grew up. None of us stopped talking ever. So, yeah, so that I was able to take and apply to my life and to my business life. And I think, if we pay more attention to that, seeing our business relationships as also important and having the same quality and investing in that, then I think that's better for everyone in our business dealings. Okay, so that's like kind of background. Now I'm going to just share some lessons that I've learned. Never say never. So when we're young, we're sure that we know everything and we know how everything's going to be, and we have very solid ideas and opinions about things. For example, my kid will never have a tantrum in the supermarket. Not mine. Look at that terrible parent. How can their kid have a tantrum? They don't know how to control them. And then, of course, you start to have kids and they have tantrums in the supermarket, whether you want it or not. So things like that, that are humbling experiences. Another example is I always said, I'm never going to give my kids chocolate spread sandwiches for school. That's a common sandwich in Israel, and it's very easy. And I'm like, no, why would I give my kids sugar-filled sandwiches? And then, of course, I found myself giving them chocolate spread sandwiches at some point. So why should we never say never? Because a few things. One is you change and evolve. Right. So we have opinions about things, and then as we go through life, we learn things about ourselves, about the world, and we start to say, okay, actually, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world, and maybe that actually makes sense for me. I'm not in favor of chocolate sandwiches, I'm just saying. You can't control how things pan out. So you can also be like, this is how things are going to be. I find it somewhat amusing when people are starting their families and I'm going to have 3 kids and they're going to be exactly 3 years apart and there's going to be a boy and 2 girls. I'm like, okay, good luck with that. Because you just can't plan a lot of things. And even how are your kids going to turn out and what are they going to be interested in? Is one of their kids going to have a learning disability and going to need more attention? And you're like, my kids are all going to be Harvard graduates. And then, no, they're not because they're different and they need different types of attention. So, so things don't always work out the way you think, and it closes you to opportunities. That's something I've learned along the way. If you set a line and an opportunity comes along, you're too connected to that line, you're not going to embrace it. And that's a shame, because there's some opportunities that might seem like different than what we expected, but they're really amazing. And so it's worth being open to that. This is Exhibit A in Never Say Never. This is our dog, Casey. She joined our family in September. My oldest is my son, and he's 25. So basically for like 24 years, from the moment he started talking, I've been saying we will never, ever have a dog. It's not happening. Never, no way, no how. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to end up taking care of this dog. I have already 7 creatures to take care of. No, thank you. I'm not doing it. Anyways, now we have a dog. And that was my line in the sand. And it worked out in a way I didn't expect. And there's a story behind it, which it's not that interesting, but it really worked out in a way that it made sense for us. I have to say, even I love her. She's very cute and hilarious, actually, also. So we have a dog. So never say never. You only can control what you can control. So we can often spend a lot of time being frustrated and upset about things that happen, and often we can't change them. It's just circumstances, and it's outside of our control. And spending effort and emotions on that is just not worth it. And so what I've learned to do is say, okay, what's going on here? This is out of my control. I can't change that. But what can I control? What can I change? What can I work to influence? And directing all of my energy there, both in business and in personal. So part of that is accepting unpredictability. So understanding, again, our plans, whatever. Like, they're good. It's good to have plans. It's good to have a direction. But just be open to the fact that life is dynamic. People are dynamic. Things are dynamic. And when you stop trying to change what you can't control, you can then focus on what actually matters. And what matters at any given time is what you can control. So what can you do? Can you give more support to someone? Can you help out? Can you make changes to yourself that will help, and things like that? And letting go of guilt. Okay, so I'm a Jewish mother, which means that I should be the epitome of guilt, right? That's the stereotype. I probably do have a lot of guilt, but what I also have learned is that also is draining. And it's the same for business and for personal. At any given time, all of us, and I know that this is the case about all of you as well, we're all doing our best to do our best, right? None of us want to do something badly or partially or fail. But if we can't do everything that we think we should have done, there's a reason. It's because we couldn't at the time. The context just made it not possible, or we don't have the capabilities. We don't always have the capabilities to do everything, or whatever it is. And it's not worth being guilty. Instead, look at things and be like, okay, what can I change for the future? How can I do this better next time? Or if this happens again? Or it is what it is, and it's time to move on. And so I know it's hard to give up on guilt, but we focus on negative things about ourselves, in many ways. And instead of feeling guilty, maybe it's like I try to do this with myself. I'm definitely not always successful. Look at what you have achieved and what you have done well, and focus on that and try to do more of that. Timing matters. So in the hustle culture, barf, people will be like, and if you work really hard and if you work all the time, then you're going to achieve everything. Okay, so first of all, that's not true. Actually working hard all the time does not correlate to success necessarily. And also, if anyone attributes all of their success to themselves, then, I don't know, they're missing something, because in the end, people's success generally has to do with a combination of working hard and timing. I just heard this term called luck surface area. I don't know if you've heard this, which is this idea that if you work hard, you kind of create your luck, meaning if you keep putting yourself out there, you keep sharing your vision with other people, you keep taking steps, then that creates a larger luck surface area, and that has to do with timing as well. But even so, and yes, we should make the utmost effort to succeed and put in the effort. Timing, in the end, plays a crucial role. 2 people can be working just as hard as each other. One will have better timing, the other will have worse timing. It doesn't mean that this person is more worthy or more capable or anything like that. It just means that they had better luck/timing. So it's something to keep in mind. Timing plays a crucial role, and learn how to identify these pivotal moments. So this comes back to keeping your eyes and self open to opportunities that come along. So as you're going along, opportunities can just come out of nowhere, and totally unexpected, and just things that you didn't even dream of. So you do your hard work, you put in the time, keep yourself open to opportunities, and with the right timing, good things will come along. Okay, so the power of authenticity. I talked about relationships. In business, like in our personal lives, we have relationships. And they're important relationships and meaningful relationships. But they are between people, and people want to connect with people, right? It's boring and uninteresting, and it feels artificial to connect with someone who is like an avatar of a business person and uses jargon and doesn't have much of a personality, doesn't have a sense of humor, doesn't share things about themselves. Obviously you don't have to share a lot of stuff, but they're not a human being. That's not interesting, and that's not someone you necessarily want to connect with on any level, including business. And it doesn't generate trust. So in the beginning of my career, when I founded my agency, I was like, well, I think I'm going to be a businesswoman now, so maybe I should dress like a businesswoman because I think that's what you're supposed to do. I should look the role so people will take me seriously. So at some point, I tried to buy like businessy clothes, and that did not work for me. I felt uncomfortable. I didn't feel like myself. And also, with 7 kids, someone is always either throwing up on you or smearing ketchup on you or something, and having clothes that you can't just throw in the laundry. By the way, and that's when I started wearing all black. My kids look at my closet like, why is everything black? I'm like, because you all were always like spreading things on me. So I decided that's not for me, and I need to be myself, and that includes how I dress. Obviously, we should be respectable and presentable, but I decided to go with who I am, including externally. So I'm going to show you a picture. So this is me and my co-founder at Strategic, Josh Lawrence, and the guy in the middle, his name is Eric Ries. Eric Ries wrote a book called The Lean Startup. It's kind of considered the startup Bible. It's a good book, so I recommend it. And when we were working on our fundraising round, a friend introduced us to him, and he's very influential. And when he heard our pitch, he was like, okay, this is amazing. I'm all in. I want to invest, and I'm also going to introduce you to investors. So this picture was taken in San Francisco. We flew there quite a bit to close our round. And I'm wearing a headscarf, as you can see. The reason I'm wearing a headscarf is because I'm a religious observant Jew, and many married Jewish women, they wear a headscarf. And so did I, and that was me. And again, at one point I had to decide, do I continue looking like that, which is like a weirdo in some ways, no offense to anyone wearing a headscarf, but like you don't look like everyone else. Or do I find a way to do it in a more common, acceptable way? And I was like, no, this is who I am, and people can kind of take it or leave it. And we closed a very nice funding round while I looked like that. I don't know what people in San Francisco thought. Did they think I was like a hippie? I don't know. Nobody asked me about it. I was like, why are you wearing that? But I just went all in with who I am. So you don't have to, obviously, you don't have to do anything I'm saying. But you can definitely try to fit in the mold if it feels more comfortable with you. But also bring your true self to things. In conversation, in your interests, in how you look, it's all okay. I was saying to someone that we meet so many people at these WordCamps, it's hard to remember. I said, if someone has purple hair, I'll remember them. So that's also an advantage. I was once at a conference, it was like so packed, and someone wanted to meet me. And I was like, I don't know how we're going to meet. Anyways, I see this guy come through the crowd. He's like, make way, make way. He said, Miriam, I found you because of your headscarf. I was like the only one like that. So in some ways, it can help make you more memorable and stand out in positive ways. Okay. Managing so much stuff takes so much time, and I am always trying to find ways to digitize and automate so that I'm not repeating things and I'm kind of helping my future self. I always am like, okay, will future Miriam be able to find this document? Will future Miriam, will this be helpful to future Miriam? So on the business side, these are just some of my favorite tools. They're like little tools. Well, ChatGPT is kind of a big tool, but it's a prompt. They're little tools that help me do things more efficiently. So text expander, I put in a shortcut, it like expands into anything. You can set it so it can be my bio. I have short bio, long bio, like every time I apply for some, like to talk or whatever. Our company URL, my phone number, email, like responses to things, it's just super useful and I love it. Monosnap is my favorite screenshot app. I've tried a lot, this is my favorite. ChatGPT, obviously. Dex is something I discovered recently, and I'm in love. It's like based on the word Rolodex. It's a personal CRM. So again, I've been in the WordPress space for 17 years. I've met a lot of people. I really try to remember everyone, but I don't always remember everyone, and I also don't always remember what we talked about. And it syncs really nicely with LinkedIn and Twitter, and I can tag people based on their interests and like their companies, and I use it intensively to keep track of people who I meet now so that I can keep track. And so just one of my favorites, Calendly, obviously, for fast scheduling. Notion, not Notion, but Notion Calendar. Notion Calendar has a really cool feature which it adds like a little calendar to your meeting bar, to your bar on your Mac. And then it shows you can easily see what your upcoming meetings are. And also, a minute before a meeting, a link pops up directly to the video call. I needed that because I kept forgetting to join meetings. So I love that. It has other cool features too, so I would check it out. On the personal level, these are some of the apps that I use to make myself more optimized. So Google Keep for my shopping list. I'm just saying, in case you're trying to figure out. Like I have my phone with me always. I'm like, oh, we need more tuna. Done. It's in my shopping list. And I only do online shopping, by the way, because I'm not spending hours going to the supermarket. Nope. WhatsApp. I actually have a WhatsApp group with my kids. And the reason is to share nice things, but also to be more efficient with family announcements, because otherwise I have to like get in touch with 7 people, and that's not efficient. So it'll be things like, the cleaner's coming today at 2 p.m., or the supermarket order's coming, or we're going away for Shabbat, or like for the weekend or something like that. So that helps me be more efficient. My calendar is key. I try to offload as much as I can from my brain so I don't have to remember things. I think my memory's not great, but also when you're trying to remember 1,000 things, business and personal, it's just impossible. So the minute I have to remember something, I immediately put it in the calendar, in a reminder, something like that. So my calendar has my personal calendar with all the kids' appointments or whatever, school stuff, and then, of course, business meetings. Apple Notes for note-taking, but actually mainly for my recipes. So cooking is very important because I've got to feed the kids. They're always hungry. And so I've become an expert at like making big dishes that don't take a lot of time and are delicious. If you want recipe recommendations, let me know. And Dropbox. I love using Dropbox actually for personal things because the mobile app has a great scanning capability. So like a kid gets a document, like the doctor prints out a report, I'm going to lose the paper, no question. Immediately I can scan it straight into, every kid has a folder. That's me helping future me. Because eventually, you often have to refer back, and so it's easily accessible. Embrace minimalism. So I know that there's this Netflix show called Minimalism or something like that. I couldn't watch it. I thought it was boring. So I don't mean like that extreme version, but like getting rid of as much clutter that is like physical and not physical from our lives. So less is more. Just in terms of like stuff, I hate stuff. I don't like having stuff. Whenever I can, I'm like, kids, we're giving away half your closet and things like that. I don't, it's just, especially when the kids were growing up, we lived in a smaller apartment. We didn't have a lot of space. Like there was no room for anything extra. So if it wasn't touched for like a year, off it went. I have no emotional connection to things. Less clutter means more headspace for other things. It's just not like taking up any room in our brains. Say no to things. I'm still not so great at that. But I did learn to, like people would be like, oh, Miriam, can you come speak to these students and that, like that kind of stuff, and those students, and maybe let's do a side project together. And I'm excited about everything. I really am. But I learned to start saying no to things that because eventually you stop doing anything well if you're doing too much. You're not making anyone happy. So I try to say no, and sometimes I feel really bad about it. I mentor these women students in Jerusalem, and at certain points they bring me in. They have this accelerator, and at certain points I have to say no, and I feel bad. But you just can't. My priorities are my kids, my family, and my work. So yeah, it's hard, but it's important. And simplify. So kind of like my cooking, like just do things easier. You could make 2 types of chocolate cakes. One can have like 3 bowls. You have to whip the egg whites and I don't know what. Or you can just put it all in a bowl and mix it all up and then pour it in a pan, and they're both delicious. So it's like that in personal and business. Like just try to reduce steps of things. Try to make things simpler for yourself. Recharge and take breaks. Hustle culture. Work all the time and you'll be successful. No, you're going to burn out and you're not going to do things well. So it's really important to stop and give yourself that time. Sorry, this is really tiny. Discover the necessity of real deep breaks to prevent, yes, okay. Okay, I'm just going to talk quickly about Shabbat. So Shabbat is our weekend, and I keep it in a particular way. So basically, every Friday night, we all turn off all of our electronic devices. No computers, no TVs, no cell phones. Cook all the food before Shabbat, so I'm not cooking, and that's it. We just shut off from the world. And that, to me, helps me recharge my brain and recharge my batteries, and I start working again on Sunday, totally refreshed. It's like, by the end of the week, I'm exhausted. And then Sunday, I'm refreshed, and my brain is clear, and I can have, like, ideas come to be better, and I'm, like, really energized to work. Shabbat is a hard thing to keep. I was telling some other people in the WordPress community about it, and they tried to keep it, and it's not easy. So not that, but some way to disconnect and really give yourself the time to recharge your batteries. It will help you work better, and it will also give you longevity. We're doing a marathon. We're not doing sprints here. And find what works for you to stay grounded and focus on what matters. Okay, so that's like that. Okay, work-life juggling act. So just like a few things to wrap up. Self-care. I also hate that term. So I don't really mean like, oh, I'm gonna, I don't know what, meditate and like drink tea and go to a spa or I don't know what. No, it can be small things, but like things that you can do that are good for you. It's totally legitimate. Find joy. So if you enjoy your work, you know that saying, then it's not like you're working, and that's true. So I'm fortunate that I love what I do, and I love the people that I work with, and I hope you all do or will find that. So finding joy in your work means also figuring out what works for you, like where your passion lies, and then you can be happy every day when you're going to work. And also outside of work, what brings you joy? Try to make sure that you fit that in. So for me, like when I was going through hard times in my life, sometimes it just meant going to like a cafe and getting myself like a good coffee and like a little breakfast. Even that would make me happy. So, you know, find those things. Yeah, we're in it for the long term. Okay, laugh. If you know me, I laugh a lot. It's because I think things are hilarious. But there's a lot of opportunities to laugh. Like, so when you're raising small kids, it's exhausting. And you're just like, oh my gosh. And you're lucky you're so cute otherwise. But also, kids are hilarious. One of my kids in particular, she would say the funniest things, and I was like, oh, I should write this down, and I didn't, which is a shame. But laugh with your kids, and laugh at work. I've also been fortunate to work with hilarious people. And it's like it's almost like we're competing to make each other laugh more. This is at Stratic. Elementor's kind of funny. But the Stratic people are hilarious. And we have some great stories. And like if you can laugh with your colleagues, people who laugh together succeed together or something. I don't know if that's a saying, but that's what I feel like. So make sure to laugh. Okay, so my kids and my career have taught me more than I ever expected, and I wouldn't change a thing, even though it's like crazy going through that. Like really, there's years I don't remember because they were so small and it was all so crazy, and I was sleep deprived. I've learned valuable lessons from the beautiful chaos. It is beautiful chaos. And you learn a lot about yourself and your capabilities when you kind of push yourself in this way of juggling parenthood and professional growth. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this story, and then I'm going to wrap up. Sink full of dishes, which is kind of the story of my life. But this sink full of dishes was waiting for me after we closed our funding round. So we went to San Francisco, wrapped things up with the investors, and on our flight back to Israel, they were signing. We had Wi-Fi, and we're like, oh, this one signed, that one signed, thank God, thank God, thank God. And we landed, and we had closed a really, like, over $6 million funding round. And that's nice. That's something to be proud of. And we were like, yay, okay. And then get home, I walk in the door, it was like night, so the kids were all sleeping, and this is what's waiting for me. So you might think, oh, you're so awesome, you closed this funding round. No, dishes don't think you're awesome, and kids just want to make sure that they have food, and like all of this keeps you humble. So I walked into the house, and I was like, yay, and then I washed the dishes. So I will always remember this sink full of dishes as showing that balance of like, you just achieved something that's pretty awesome, but you still gotta wash the dishes and do the laundry and everything. So, don't we get to see your kids, right? I'm talking about them all the time, and I haven't showed you them. Yes, you do. Here they are. So I'm in the middle, and I have one son and 6 daughters. Yes. And recently, my son and that daughter on that side got engaged, so I'm planning 2 weddings. Yep. Hands full, as usual, in different ways, thank God. So those are my kids, and they're my joy and motivation for everything that I do, and they're amazing, thank God. So that's it. That's my talk. So I think we have time for Q&A. If you don't have questions, it's okay, but if anyone does, you can ask.
How are you so amazing?
But when I was preparing this, I told a friend I was preparing this talk, and she's like, how did you do that? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, how did you build a career and have 7 kids? I don't know. I'm actually not, like, exactly sure, but I just did. So.
Questions?
Someone.
Thank you. So I'm curious to know, like, what you do. What do you usually do during your Shabbat? Shabbat?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So at sundown, like I said, we turn off all the electronics, and over Shabbat we have like 2, they're like feasts. So all of Friday, I don't cook during the week because I just don't have time or patience, and I don't love cooking. But Friday, I basically spend the whole day cooking special foods for Shabbat. And then we sit down and we say some blessings, there's some songs and whatever. It's like kind of like a ceremony. And then we sit and we talk for so long. It's really great in this era of digital everything, because all of us, including my kids, we're all like in our phones. And then without the phones, everyone just shares everything, and we really spend hours talking. Then most of us fall asleep on the couch. It's like part of the ritual. and then the next day, some people go to synagogue, and we have another meal like that. Friends come over, we don't drive also on Shabbat. Oh, we play a lot of board games also.
Speaking of driving, with 7 kids, what car did you drive?
So I had a minivan, but then as the kids got older, they're like less around, they're less going with me. I'm not like taking all 7 kids with me places, they're like with friends, or they're like in school or whatever. So eventually I was able to get a 5-seater. But then what I did was, if we go away on vacation, once my older kids got a driver's license, I would rent a second 5-seater, and then one kid would drive that car, I'd drive the other car, pile all in, and off we go in like a convoy to our vacation. So that's how I did it.
Which one is your favorite?
Oh my gosh. He said, which one is my favorite? So my kids are always like, right, I'm your favorite, right, I'm your favorite. So this is what I say to them. Sion, you're my favorite son. Ruth, you're my favorite oldest daughter. Like that. You're my favorite third. You're my favorite with the curly hair. You're my favorite youngest. They're all my favorites. No, really, they are. They're all different. It's like apples and oranges. You can't have a favorite.
Miriam, I have a question.
Yes.
Whenever I ask my kids if they can describe what I do, they do not know how to answer at all. What do your kids say when they try to describe what your profession is?
So for a while, they would say that I type a lot. So that was something. But as they're getting older, they're kind of starting to get it. So something that connected me to my 14-year-old now was the fact that Taylor Swift's website is built on WordPress. So I shared that with her, and I'm like, because she's a huge Taylor Swift fan. Her site's on WordPress, and now I'm cooler. So that helped. Thank you, Taylor Swift. But kids really, every once in a while, they'll be like, but what do you do? And I'm like, but actually now it's hard. I'm like, I talk a lot. No, I do stuff, and I explain to them, but they don't really get it. Yeah, it's just how it is. And
No tips.
No tips. No.
I actually have a real question.
Okay.
From time to time, you meet people who maybe they're like in a transitional phase in their career and they're not really sure. And like you, I've been accepted as a bit of a weirdo in the WordPress space, and I just love it. And so I'm always trying to, maybe you should get into WordPress, contribute to open source. Have you been tempted with your children to try to push them towards a career in WordPress, or did you throw up your hands and say, oh, you just do whatever you want?
So not specifically about WordPress, but I do encourage them to do whatever they want to do, even if it's kind of weird. So my son is currently a farmer, actually, and I'm proud of him. And he loves farming. He loves tractors. He watches his YouTube videos about tractors, right? And I love that he's passionate about it. And if that's his thing, great. I did bring one of my kids to WordCamp in Athens this past year. That was the first time I brought one of my kids. It just worked out really well. And she became a WordPress fangirl. By the end of that, she was collecting all the stickers and all the pins, and she went to all the booths, and the community was so nice and welcoming to her, so she loved it. And now she is like more into it. But I just really, you can kind of be a weirdo in Israel anyways, like in many ways. So they can find their place. But I just encourage them to do what they love. That's, I think, really important, the most important, actually.
Any other questions?
Someone there?
Hi, Miriam. I'm curious, you mentioned about the recipes. Have you considered them open like a WordPress blog, publishing them?
No, it's a good question. At one point I thought, like, maybe I should do like a cookbook, like 10-minute recipes for super busy, whatever, people. I really should share the recipes. Like, I have the best salmon recipe, for example. Just don't make any other salmon recipe. And for Shabbat, I make a giant pan of chocolate chip squares. And it's really easy. And every week, my kids are like, oh, this is the best thing ever. And I don't know. So, yeah, I should. All right, I'll think about it.
Hi, Miriam. This is Alicia.
Where are you?
Here.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Because today you would like to share about how to create your own career when you are raising 7 kids.
Yeah.
And I think I should say I feel the same way when you share the content. For example, be real, enjoy the minimalism, and also that's what I'm trying to do right now. But also that's also an issue that I'm encountering because I'm now doing a live show in Facebook, and I also try to do something that just like you're sharing. You used to want to maybe buy business clothes, and because you think you have to have that kind of impression for other people. And so for myself, I just wondering, that's also an issue that I'm just thinking yesterday. So I think very happy that I can hear what you share your own experience. But also I'm very curious that during the whole stage, I think you will have some moment, although you have your own belief because you have your God, but when you feel very, very sad, although you have Shabbat, how do you conquer all the difficulties?
Like hard times?
Yeah.
So there's the prayer side of things, but aside from that, I remind myself of the other hard times I've been through. There's been a lot of challenges in my life, and I look back and I'm like, okay, I got through these other times, and there's no reason why I shouldn't get through this, and so I'm going to be able to do it. That's what I tell myself. So, assuming you've had hard times in the past, just look back at how you handled it and remember that you did it before and you can do it again. That's how I do it.
Well, with that, time is up. And before we go, this is your speaker gift
Thank you.
from the organizing team. So
Thanks.
everybody thanks to Miriam, and
Thank you.
see you soon.
Well, it's a T-shirt. Oh, now everyone knows that.
The next is one. Do we have Jonathan? Hello. Welcome, everybody. Lunch was good, I hope. And we ate some food. Welcome. It is now the after lunch sessions, and we are going to have some good speakers for you today. We have a little bit of well, okay, it's not up there right now, but there are organizers and volunteers, and if you have any questions at any time, feel free to ask them for help. Okay, that's not up. I know there were some announcements and some reminders, but I will remind you guys later. But right now we're going to get started with our post-lunch first sesh, which is Jonathan DeRozier. Jonathan is the senior software engineer at Bluehost. And I've known Jonathan for a while. Jonathan's a great human, makes you feel very welcomed and liked, which, if we all know, is a very amazing human attribute to have. So you're going to have a good speaker to listen to right now. Everybody, let's welcome Jonathan.
Hello? Okay, there we go. So welcome, everybody. Thank you. Hopefully you're not too tired from lunch. I know sometimes you get a little lull there, but hopefully I can keep you interested here. So today I'm going to talk to you about properly recognizing our contributors. And in such a large open source project, this is really difficult. And so hopefully this will help you understand how we are tracking contributors and the different dynamics of why it's difficult and the challenges that we have in being accurate. So a little bit about me. I am a full-time sponsored core contributor. I work at Bluehost as such, and I am a 7-time component maintainer currently. I am a core committer. I do a lot of the invisible work that helps keep the gears moving and keeping the project running. And this includes collecting props with every release before the release goes out the door to make sure that everybody involved feels that they're accurately thanked and they receive the credit that they deserve for their time. And my employment is part of the 5 for the Future program. If you're not familiar with that, I recommend that you check that out. It's basically Matt Mullenweg's challenge to anyone that makes money off of WordPress to reinvest 5% of their resources or time, whatever it might be, dollars, into preserving WordPress and preventing the tragedy of the commons where we don't take more than we put back and then there's nothing for the next person. So I want to start by challenging you to think about what actually is a contribution. When you boil it down to what it represents and what it is it? One of the greatest things about open source is that contributions can come in any shape, any size. Anybody can contribute because you can view the source and openly understand what's going on. It doesn't matter about your skill set, your background, how much money you have, how much money you don't have. There's so many ways that you can get involved in open source projects. And WordPress is no different. Contributors submitting code is what I focus on a lot, but I also think about how that's only a very small subset of the contributions that actually happen within the project. And recognizing those other aspects are not the same as recognizing code contributors. And there's some very interesting things to think about there. We want our contributors to feel recognized and valued. And the reason for that is if you feel that you're appreciated, you're more likely to set up shop and return and want to spend your time there, right? So if you contribute somewhere and the person's kind of rude and you don't really feel like it was well received and you had an impact, then you probably aren't going to spend your free time on that project. But more importantly, how do we measure contributions? It's important we know what they are so that we can try to measure them. And then also, how do people expect to be recognized? Some people might expect to be in a blog post, or we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But we need to talk about what that means. Like, what does contributing represent to individuals, to the project, to groups, to communities within our community? And these are all factors that we can think of. When I was trying to think of one word that we could boil it down to, I came up with oxygen. And so contributions are really oxygen for an open source project. The project is the project's way of breathing and growing and surviving and thriving. It all comes down to oxygen for that project. So fun little etymology exercise here. Does anybody know who this is? Right? Aretha Franklin, right? So she has a song that you've probably all heard, Respect. And in that song, she says, I'm about to give you all my money, and all I'm asking in return, honey, is to give me my propers when you get home. And so in WordPress, when we give credit for something, we give props. And so I was like, where does this come from? And I know that props was proper attribution is what it stands for. But I started looking at, like, where does that come from? And she said that she got it from the streets of Detroit. And this was common slang in 1960s, and it basically was saying that you better give me my propers, you better give me the credit that I deserve for what I'm going through, what I'm doing, what I'm accomplishing. And that over time has turned into props, and that's something that you're more commonly familiar with. You know, oh, props to that person, or I give you props for the way that you handle something. And the first time that this occurred, sorry, excuse me. The first time that this occurred in WordPress was in commit 1102 by someone called SaxMatt, who is Matt's former username before he changed it. And basically somebody, you know, had a bug report or a contribution, and he gave them props for finding that and reporting it. And over time, we standardized this practice. We built it into, this is from our handbook's core committer commit message handbook. And so you can see at the bottom there that this is built in, and every commit should have this line. And this is very transactional in that this happens at the point that the change is made to the code base and whoever is responsible for that. And this is very loosely applied, so anybody that submits design contribution to something, anybody that does testing, bug reporting, we're very liberal about how we give props and recognition. At the end of each release, we go through and we take a Git log of all the changes that are going to be shipped for the first time. And they're all compiled into something called the credits API. And so the credits API goes back all the way to WordPress 3.2. And we grab all those props and we parse them out. And they get listed in the credits API. And so you can see there's different groups. There's the core developers, or the people that contribute the most during that release are called out in one way, and then everybody else is included in the list, no matter what. Come on. Here you go. Here you go. The main thing that this powers is the credits page when you update WordPress. So update WordPress, you're probably familiar with the Abouts page, but what you may not know is that there's actually a credits tab that you can click. And you can view every contributor that had a role in that version of the software being shipped. So these are every credits page from WordPress 3.2 all the way to today. And you can see how it changes over time. We have different groups, noteworthy contributors. We got rid of core developer section. And as the project changed and how we contribute to the project changed, we adjusted how we're giving credit on this page here. So this is the latest one that was in WordPress 6.4. 6.5 is coming out in a few weeks, so you can keep an eye out for a new shiny design that we have. But everybody that contributes to this release is listed here, and this is done again by parsing that Git log and grabbing all of those names that received props and putting them into the credits API. If you are a translation contributor and you're running a non-default locale on your website, There will also be a list of people that contributed to the translations of those language files that you're running. But again, that's another form of a transactional contribution where there's a specific thing that's a specific change that's made that we can track very easily. And I'll get into that a little bit more later, why that's important. One thing that I love about the credits API is that it's open to anybody to use, and it presents our contributor data for the world. Our community is incredibly creative, and they come up with all kinds of new ways to use data and present it in an interesting way. So this is one, Display WP, and this is a website where they list each release, and they show the contributors for that release. But then they also take, next video. They also take, this site takes a data perspective to this. So they show, that one didn't work, that video didn't work. But basically it has a chart and it will allow you to see contributors over time, how many contribute to each release and how that progresses over time. So you can clearly see a growth in our contributor base over time as it becomes more popular and more people are involved. This is more of a community approach where the WP Worlds is a website that was created that basically creates a community. But you can see this is less of a data approach. This is more of a community approach where everybody that's registered on this website as a contributor with a profile, you can see their details there. You can see what they're up to. You can see photos that they contribute, and so on. So, according to our props, there are 5,673 unique contributors. This number is wildly inaccurate. And it's not for lack of trying, it's just this is only tracking those transactional contributions that we have a point where something changes that we can attach these names to. And that mainly changed during the Gutenberg era. It's not something that's the fault of Gutenberg. It's just more, that was the time when we were seeing a really big shift in how we contributed. And that comes mainly in the form of GitHub, right? We started to have, traditionally we've managed our code base in Subversion, which was hosted on WordPress.org. And now we started shifting towards a more social way of doing that through GitHub. And so Gutenberg obviously is our biggest project on GitHub. But we lacked that ability to manually say who contributed. So if you designed or if you tested things, there wasn't a good way to log that in a transactional way. Mainly the only people that would get credit are the people that made the commits that were submitted to push to the repository. So we had a challenge, and we had to think about how can we enable projects to have the same standards in contributing as SVN, as in Subversion that we had. And so something I've been working on and we released sometime in February was called the prop spot. And the prop spot is a GitHub action that can be used in any GitHub repo, even if it's not a part of the WordPress project. And it will collect all the activity that's attached to a pull request and any linked issues, and it will tell you everybody that's contributed to those changes and those pull requests. And so when you get to the point that you're going to merge that transaction, that change, you have a list that's parsable and it's easy to grab in a Git log, and we can go through and grab all those names. And it really brought our GitHub contributions to parity with our Subversion ones. Having an automated process is really important because up until this point, it was really a manual process. A lot of the time, the Gutenberg contributors, we would have to say, the people involved with the release would say, hey, who has been doing a lot of contributing? Who is missing from this list that we've parsed out? And having that automated process really helps reduce any bias that we may have, whether intentional or not. There was also a mismatch in the expectations. We would have a release go out, and unfortunately, there's there was always some hurt feelings, right? They felt that they were not accurately represented on that credits page. They felt that they did more work and they deserved to either have their picture or they weren't listed at all on accident for whatever reason. And like I said, it wasn't through lack of trying, it was we were doing it in a way that using the data that we had available to us. But it's still not enough. So if you look at these two GitHub changes, which one do you think is more important? They look, it's obvious, right? So what if I told you that one of these contributions was from someone that had just graduated from school, non-technical degree. They decided to start a website. They couldn't afford home Wi-Fi. They were working at night. They would go to the coffee shop after, or they would sit in the park, and they would use open Wi-Fi. They would learn about WordPress for a website that they were making with their friends. They went to the Portland WordPress user group, and they asked a question because they were afraid to submit a report because they were afraid it was not a good report. It wasn't a valid issue. They got a little confirmation from that, and then they did their contribution, and it got merged into WordPress. From there, they were able to talk about this experience in their job interviews. They were able to use this to change their situation and get jobs in the industry. And that was a way that they entered into the WordPress development phases. So this person is Aaron Jorbin. He's a core committer, and he's one of our longest-standing WordPress contributors in the community and leaders. You can read more about his story on his HeroPress essay. And all he was doing was adding an argument to a do action call. It probably didn't help WordPress get any market share, but again, it helped with his interviews, and it helped him change his economic state, his life, his career. He has a tech career that he didn't have previously. And it's all because of his experience contributing and receiving his credit. One more here. Think about which one might be more important. One of these is an update to a library called PHP Mailer, and it's important to keep our libraries updated, but the one that I really want to call out is the other one, which is when responsive images support was merged into WordPress core. This happened in WordPress 4.4, and I'll let you guess where WordPress 4.4 was released in this chart of support for the source set attribute across the entire internet. So here we had meaningful impact on the global community and the global industry of like web. The previous example was an individual impact, and here is an example of global. Another example of this is when lazy loading images was merged into WordPress. It was released on August 11th, so right before, this was how many sites had adopted it. And right after WordPress was released, you can see a sizable jump there in the adoption of this new browser feature. So impact can be very specific to one individual or multiple individuals. Impact can be global, can be regional, or specific to very small groups of people. And that's pretty much impossible to measure. How can you know how something impacts someone enough to automate that and reduce bias in how you measure it? We can't tell this from commit logs. We need our contributors to tell their stories. This is where sites like HeroPress and the Faces of WordPress series come in. And while we may not have a good way of recognizing them in that transactional manner for the amount of impact that these changes have, we need our communities to celebrate these people in other ways. Likewise, volume does not equal effort. Someone could submit one change, but they have to go to the park to even have Wi-Fi to learn how to make the code change suggestion. Or it could be someone like me that's sponsored and paid to contribute, and I contribute 100 things that may not be weighed equally as that person, the amount of effort that that person put out. So again, that does not equal effort. So it's very hard to measure here. Likewise, the size of the contribution does not equal effort. Maybe a really large patch is just updating an external library. There was some testing, but not a lot of significant effort there. Or maybe it was an entirely new API like the REST API that was merged into core and took several years to perfect and polish. So measuring effort is also really impossible. So returning back to this question, a contribution can represent something entirely different to different groups of people and different individuals. Contributing can show compassion. It can show that it's a hobby. It can be a job. It can open doors to new social, economic statuses and opportunities. And how do you measure something like that? Some other things to keep in mind is privilege when it comes to contributing. I'm extremely privileged to be sponsored where this is my job to contribute to the project, but not everybody has that privilege of time. At the same time, all contributions are important. So contributions from privileged people are, they're still important and valuable to the project, but we should be celebrating those other contributions more. Maybe another privileged example would be they don't have money for equipment. They have to share laptops or something like that. It's easier for someone with certain experience levels to make certain contributions. So I'm very experienced in one area, and I might make a contribution. But then there might be someone that's trying to learn an entirely new thing in WordPress they've never used before in order to make a suggested change to help them with a project or to help fix a bug. That person that's learning, taking the time to learn this new skill in this new area, it's more important. There's more effort and more impact to them there. But again, that's not something that we can very easily automate. There's also sacrifice. Contributing also requires sacrifice in many ways. For me, I'm paid and sponsored to be here, but my main sacrifice is I'm here away from my family. There's different motivations. There's the right reasons, which have multiple benefits, and there's selfish reasons, which aren't bad, but they have more singular benefits. Some are motivated to do the right thing by sharing their experience and their expertise to help make the software better. And some are more motivated by things like collecting badges or getting a list of things that they've done to make them look like a better job candidate. And again, that's also hard to measure, right? They might have good intentions, but they're also trying to do it in a way that makes their career better and makes their situation better. And how do we weigh that against the project and the impact that they're having? Another important factor to why this is so difficult, such a difficult problem to solve, is how are people expecting to be recognized? For some, being listed on that credits page may be how they wish to be recognized. For others, maybe they want to have some type of CV that shows all their contributions that they can use for a job application. The main way that we recognize people right now is by version of WordPress. But that's not really appropriate for everybody. Say you are a contributor to the Learn WordPress site. While you're creating content that may be specific to features added in a certain release, being listed on that credits page is probably not the appropriate way to recognize you or where you would expect to be recognized. So learning more about what our contributors expect and how they expect to be recognized and praised is also a really important part to this. In today's auto-update world where we, by default, auto-update your website through all major versions and minor, a lot of people don't even see the About page anymore. And so what does that mean in today's WordPress world? So also, what is the future of contributing? I talked about one specific point in the project's history where there was a change in how we contributed to the different areas of the code base. But what behaviors do we want to incentivize our contributors to participate in? Our tools, our workflows, they will continue to change over time as new technology is released, new websites to manage things are released. The project has new needs and new things that it needs to accomplish for its users. But we want to make sure that we're by how we recognize contributors and track what's going on, we want to make sure that we're guiding our contributors to do the behaviors that we need to happen to help the project survive. So we want to give RESPECT And a talk about contributing would not be complete without giving props to people that I talked about my talk or get some information from them about my talk. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Jonathan. And now we have time for Q&A, so don't be shy. Yay.
Hi, thank you for your talk. So you talked about props for contribution, and you a little bit touched what I want to ask you. What about contribution for props? So we see those kind of contributors for badges and for all those things. Do you think it's hurting project, or what does it say about our system for props and generally about the project?
Sure. When you gamify things, there's always people that will be looking to play the game, so to speak. So I think that we never reject contributions. Contributions are always important, and every size, shape, we should always look to accept the contributions. But when I talk about what do we want to incentivize, we want to, maybe they start trying to make their profile look better by having badges. We want to incentivize them to grow their skill set and contribute in more meaningful ways. Maybe somebody only likes to contribute typo fixes, right? But maybe they're a translation contributor. Some people find their niche, and that's where they like to stay, and that's perfectly fine. Everybody's welcome to contribute how they're willing and able to. But we want to just put that thought into how we can onboard those people into more impactful contributions. Yeah.
Any others? Yes?
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the talk. Amazing. Really resonated with me. I'm not coming from much of a WordPress background here. I work on the community partnerships team at Mozilla, and as I'm listening, I'm just like, oh, this is all, we're dealing with so many of the same problems. So I'm really happy I get to be here with you all today. I'm wondering, like, for contributions that are, the non-code kind of contributions, especially like in design, marketing, people sharing different projects and things like that. Like, how does this factor into props in WordPress? And I apologize if this is like a known, kind of thing for everybody. But I'm just really interested in learning more about how you all handle this.
Sure. Yeah. One of the biggest, which I didn't work into my talk, but one of the biggest blind spots we have is our community contributions. People that plan events like this, wrangle sponsors, wrangle speakers, and do all of those wonderful things that make these events happen. So the design and testing and all that stuff, if it is for a specific ticket, in Track we have tickets, and you have to have a ticket before you can make a change. GitHub's a little bit different in that you can have a pull request without a defined problem before you start working on something. But there's still that transactional point where you can pin all the people that work on that change. And so it's a manual thing. The designers, the testers, they're not always included in that list automatically. But the burden of that falls on the maintainers of the project. It's our responsibility as committers and maintainers to ensure that people are receiving their praise that they deserve so that they feel welcome and want to continue contributing. And so there's always that manual aspect of it to say, like, okay, this actually was a spam comment. We're not going to give them props, right? And then in Slack, we actually had a meeting, and this person was really helpful. So we want to make sure we include them in their feedback in that. So yeah, that's part of the question is, like, how do we pull in these additional areas of the project where their invisible contribution is happening, right? And that's part of the question. Where it's not for lack of trying, like I showed, it's just really difficult to figure that stuff out. And I was very code focused, but that's a great question because yes, there's other aspects that are entirely blind to this process. Yeah.
I can add to that as well, because I give to WordPress through community only. So, and you get badges for community as well. So There's a little bit they do.
And that comes back to how people expect to be recognized, right? For someone like you that's very heavily involved, a badge is not really a big deal, right? But where do these people in different groups doing different things within the project expect to be recognized? I mentioned how now not many people see that About page when they update WordPress because auto updates happen and you log in and you don't even know that it updated, which is great. It's what we want. But maybe it's time we pull the attribution out to a page on WordPress.org, and then maybe there's different sections where each team has a list of all of those. And we recognize currently in the context of a WordPress version, but maybe there's different timeframes that are more appropriate for community, quarterly, annually, monthly. Maybe there's different sprints within different teams that we can build support for where they can recognize within that context there. So those are all time frame, impact, all these things are just the variables in different areas of the project to consider.
Drew?
Hello. I kind of want to piggyback off kind of what you just said, John. Are there other kind of ideas of maybe if you could wave a magic wand and get, your top 1, 2, 3 things that you would love to see change in recognition for contributions? I wonder what are some of the quote unquote best ideas that you might have, and maybe a second part of that, have we ever kind of fielded feedback from a larger community about how they want to be recognized, for the contributions?
Yeah, so the first thing I would want is the prop spot, because as someone that does a lot of the work for the releases to get out the door, I was manually collecting all the Gutenberg contributors and merging them in with the WordPress contributors, the WordPress version ones. So now that we have that automated process, that's so much easier. But the great thing about prop spot is it doesn't just work on Gutenberg. It can work on any repository, and it will just give you a WordPress flavored way to track the contributors. The co-authored by trailer that you saw in the screenshot is actually a Git thing, and it's supported on GitHub. So when those are merged, it will actually show that the person contributed to that on their GitHub profile. And so maybe the documentation team, maybe the events team, they also add that to their repository where they manage their documentation. And when they make a merge, they can include that. And then we would have that automated process to rip out that list and display it wherever we'd like. Was the second part of your question?
Is there any data around?
Yeah.
I saw Joseph, other people that might.
The question is there any data around how people expect to be thanked and recognized?
Exactly.
Yes. So last year we had the WordPress Community Summit where a group of about 100 of the more active contributors got together and discussed a lot of the pressing problems in the project and how we can solve them so that the project can continue to grow and survive. And there was a very common theme. There was about 2 or 3 themes that we noticed a lot, and one of them was our contributor recognition and how we recognize people. So we do have some good ideas. If that interests you, I recommend you go to the Make WordPress blog and check out those summaries from all the discussions that we had. One of the themes that we had was learning from what other projects are doing. Drupal has a really robust prop system in that they have, so say they have a group of things that you can do, and then once you do them 5 or 6 times, you can no longer get points for doing those things. You have to kind of go to the next thing. And so they kind of incentivize you with this declining value in specific things and to push you onto more advanced ways of contributing. They also do things like they recognize corporations, which is something we don't typically do. And the way they do that is by looking at who they sponsor, how much time, how much money they give back, and then there's a grading system for that. And so maybe we need to come up with some type of weighting of how we measure contributions across the project. It doesn't really answer fully how people expect to be thanked. And I think we just kind of find that out as people, unfortunately, we find that out most effectively when people have hurt feelings, right? How come I'm not on this list? Or I did this and I don't think it was included in this. So yeah, I don't really have a good way to know that. Maybe Some of the data from the WordPress contributor survey that we do could help with that. But we're open to ideas. If you have any suggestions around how to better understand these dynamics, would be really great to share. It could be your first contribution or your first prop. Anybody else?
Okay, well, don't go anywhere just yet. The team has a gift for you to speak.
Thank you.
This is a contribution.
Props.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Oh, we're going to do a picture? Okay. And then the announcements are there are job boards. So if anyone's looking for a job or would like to say you're hiring, we have some job boards. Let me see where it's located. In the first floor. Okay, I have it right here. Okay. And then don't forget to visit the sponsor hall. There's one on the second floor and the first floor. So go say hi.
If you ask a question, hang around. I have a little thing to give you for asking a question. So. Yeah, he gets one.
Testing, testing, testing. Yep. Yep. All good. Hey, I hear you guys over here talking.
I. I. He. He.
Hello. There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is, gosh, what time is it? It is 2 or 1400, depending on where you're located in the world. But here we are. I hope everybody's feeling rested, energized, or here, or just here. Okay, no worries. Well, we got another session for you guys, another great session. And before that, I want to talk about a couple announcements. We have a job board. And if anyone would like to go look at the job board, see if anybody's hiring, or to write that you are hiring, that is located on the first floor, I believe. And then on that note, we have sponsor halls, 2 of them. We have one on the second floor and the first floor, so do check out our sponsors. Without them, we would have a really hard time putting on this event, so go check them out and say thank you. And for now, we're gonna introduce our next speaker, who is Joe A. Simpson Jr. Yes, come on up.
I was laid out flat on a cold, hard operating table, similar to the one that you see here. And as I slowly counted backwards, 100, 99, 98, 97, and my eyes slowly began to close, all I could think about were these eyes and memories. It was really difficult to tell my daughter. We decided to wait until the end of the school year. She was preparing for college. She was going to art school, and we didn't want to really disrupt anything. Just imagine that conversation, telling your daughter and your son that you might not make it home. And I may not be the greatest guy, but I don't think my wife planned that till death do us part would happen this quick in our relationship. As I woke up, I learned that I had 2 blocked arteries, 2 100% blocked arteries, and I had to decide what was next for me. And I thought about this quote: if today was the last day, would I want to do what I'm currently doing? And at that point, my life totally changed. I decided I wanted to do things differently. And I thought back to things that I really cared about and really gave me joy. I only wanted to do things that helped me heal emotionally, physically, and emotionally. And one of those things was WordPress. My origin story in WordPress happened when our lead developer and our CSS goddess, they both left our company within 1 month of each other, and I inherited a WordPress site, and I had to build a child theme. Fortunately, we had a little money that I could go to training, and I went to the WordPress VIP intensive developer training in Napa Valley. And imagine this, a guy that was a graphic designer turned HTML person, turned WordPress person, as a beginner, being in this room with all the great minds in the WordPress development community. And I was asked to spin up a virtual box. And I froze. But something amazing happened. Each and every person at that developer VIP training session offered to help. They lent a hand to someone that had no development skills and made me feel welcome. And that was my first interaction with the WordPress community. So as I determined what I was going to do next, I thought back to that instance and said, I think I want to do WordPress, and I want to do it crazy. So I began to put one foot in front of the other to get to the restroom. Then eventually, at the local park, 10 feet turned into 20 feet, turned into 1 lap. And as I thought about what was next, I began to set small goals. And as I looked out 5 minutes before sunrise from my local lake here, I saw the world through a whole new set of eyes. And I began to set more and more goals on what was next. From high atop Central Park in my local area, in 90 days, I was able to climb these hills, and things became more possible. Things became clearer. My choices became clearer. I decided to do WordPress with a passion. I attended my first WordPress meetup. At that meetup, I volunteered for WordCamp Los Angeles, and it just kept going. In the next 90 days, I attended 18 meetups all over Southern California in all the 3 major counties, which was lots of miles. I went to WordCamp Riverside, I spoke. I went to WordCamp Los Angeles. I flew to Michigan to WordCamp Grand Rapids. I did a little bit of everything. Anything and everything in WordPress I wanted to do. I wanted to make an impact. I attended my first virtual WordCamp US during that time as well. But the other thing that I wanted to reach back for was my pencil. I was an artist growing up, a graphic designer by trade in college, and I said, hey, how can I be creative? How can that help me grow emotionally? And so I decided to draw, to brand our WordCamps. It's even translated to a weird obsession with WAPUs. I've submitted 11 WAPUs. One for this camp. I think you can determine which one it is by everyone on scooters around here. But again, I wanted to do anything and everything creatively and in WordPress to help me heal. We also did a lot of great things in Santa Clarita. One of the first that I'm really proud of was our third WordCamp. We had an accessibility WordCamp. It was focused on that. We had an entire track of accessibility presentations, not the 1, 2, or 3 that you see at most camps. We had 15 speakers. That was impressive. We started the first WordPress-specific accessibility meetup. Again, anything and everything in WordPress I was trying to do. I started 3 meetups, Black Press, 2 in Santa Clarita. We had the first mega meetup. During the pandemic, there were a lot of virtual meetups, so we collaborated with other meetups to do things. I participated on any panel. During the pandemic years, I think there were maybe 20 WordCamps virtual. I think I volunteer spoke or helped organize almost every one of them. I was doing anything and everything in WordPress because I thought back to those moments where they helped me out. But what did this have to do with the presentation today? Why did you just hear that origin story? Oftentimes, when we think of WordPress, we think of accessibility and websites. We don't think about the physical spaces where we meet and congregate as a community. How are those spaces as open and accessible as possible? So I'm going to talk about that a little bit today. We know this term, we know make WordPress accessible, but today I want to talk to you about making all WordPress events accessible. Here's my slides, if you want to follow along. I sort of do things over the top, as you can just see from what I showed you. I have the slides in multiple variations. There's an accessible version, which is online here. It's just straight text. Today, I'm going to show you a lot of those bullet points, but I don't want to bore you with lines and lines of that. But here at the slide deck, you'll get all that information in a straightforward format that if you have a screen reader, you can get to. Here's the link also. I'll give you a minute. All right. Here's a little bit about me. My name's Joe Simpson. I work for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in Los Angeles. But when I made that change, I took on another life within the WordPress community. I'm an ambassador for SiteGround. But I really want to always make sure that I thank people that are a part of this journey. So what I'm going to talk to you about today was built by these folks. Rob Howard of Howard Development Consulting makes it possible for a lot of people in the persons of color to attend WordCamps and speak. I felt for me, I wanted to make sure that persons of color was in every step of WordPress events, not just in front of the mic, but behind the scenes. So Rob makes that happen. I really wanted to thank the US team. The lead sextet were an incredible group of people to work with. I had the fortune of being a mentor to the accessibility team, and I believe that was the first, where there was a dedicated accessibility team at a WordCamp, and these folks, Alex Stein, Michelle Frechette, and Amy June Heinlein were really incredible in terms of what we wanted to get accomplished and the things that we got accomplished. And also, there were people in the WordPress community that I reached out on Slack, that when they saw things, I was just hitting them with questions. Because again, you always want to hear what everyone has to say, because when we think of events or we think of planning, oftentimes we make it how we want it to be. So I really want to be as open and as inclusive as possible, so I listen to everybody. All right. This statement is pretty important in terms of how I approach organizing and the things that I do in the WordPress community. I want to talk to you a little bit about things to consider. Again, these are stats based on the US, but it applies everywhere because we all get older, and nearly 1 in 5 Americans will become disabled for 1 year or more before the age of 65. The story that I told you was later in my professional career, but it was the first time that I was disabled. I was technically disabled in this, by definition in the state of California. These are 2 other bullet points to consider, but again, a lot of times we don't think of ourselves as being disabled or even the potential of being disabled, but it's natural that as we get older, our eyesight fails, our hips hurt, and things like that. One of the interesting things, I was part of an accessibility cohort, equity cohort at Metro, and we did a presentation, an accessibility presentation on equitable transportation. And one of the team members really wanted to focus on blind folks in this setting, but I said, you know, there's not just blind folks are disabled. Didn't you know that there were this many, at least this many disabilities? So a lot of times we only think of 1 or 2 or 3 types of disabilities, but when we're planning events like this, we need to think about everybody that's going to attend. All right. Just to give you a little bit of history of the disability movement, there was an incredible documentary on Netflix called Crip Camp a couple of years ago. And the thing that was so amazing about this documentary was back in the 70s, just step back for a moment, in the 70s, if you had a disability, you were probably doomed to a life of being in your house and not being able to leave. Most homes were disabled. You couldn't go to the bank. You couldn't ride public transportation. So imagine how helpless they may feel in terms of moving forward in life or even having goals or aspirations. And the incredible thing about this documentary was that there was a camp in upstate New York, Camp Jeanette, where they invited the disabled kids to come out, which was the first. But it wasn't, they empowered them. And there's a group of teenagers that attended this camp that went on to change the world. They went on to school, and Judas Human became the face of the disabled civil rights movement. The incredible thing was that it was influenced by the civil rights movement in America, Martin Luther King. They even based a little bit of their language on the civil rights legislation that had gone through. They started shutting down government buildings, blocking intersections. They couldn't go to restaurants because they couldn't go to the bathroom. It culminated in what you see here on the right, which was a Capitol crawl, probably the most famous image of that movement, where dozens of people with disabilities tried to climb the stairs at the Capitol. Back then, just think, no buildings had ramps. One of the cool things about this event is that we have a ramp to the stage. We don't really think about those things, but what I try to do in the community is think about that. And it resulted in the passage of the ADA, and it changed the world forever. This is a great quote as well. If I can't do great things, I can do small things in a great way. I always try to think about my approach and what I do in this community in this way. And I always try to make little gains. And over time, those gains become something that can become legacy. So here are some things that I like to do or that I recommend you do as an organizer. And again, you can see some areas are grayed out, but on the slides that I provided, you can get all that information. These are a couple of key ones. Be inclusive when you pick your teams. A lot of times we may exclude folks from the team because they may not agree with what we do, or I try to always include people of differing voices. Two of the people that were on the team, the accessibility team at WordCamp US, I had seen their information out on the web. One person wrote an article critical of how one WordCamp went. There was another person on LinkedIn who's a co-rep on the accessibility team. I encouraged them to join, and I was really excited to work with them because, again, there may be different approaches, but we all want the same thing. Offer a seat at the table, and that's what I just described. Also, leverage existing efforts. One thing I'm a big nerd about is I look at every piece of documentation in the WordPress space to help educate me. I'm lurking on Slack channels just to find information to keep moving forward. In terms of the venues, one thing that I was really happy about was that when I worked on the team for WordCamp US, we were allowed to tour the venue. If I ruled the world, I would even take a step back, and when you're thinking of cities to host your event, I would create a list of possible venues that are accessible. The cool thing about touring the venue in National Harbor was, as a team, when we got out, I did a lot of documentation. I took pictures of everything, but then you also got to see how the spaces were, how the exits, how wide the exits were, how the bathrooms worked, and all those things are things that you don't want your attendees to think about. This information helps them make a decision on whether they want to attend or not. And again, as long as you have as much of that information up front as possible, you don't want somebody to show up to your event and figure they can't get through the front door. So again, as you're planning these events, try to get as much information that you can share to the public as soon as possible. These are some screenshots from CryptCamp, and these, again, were, during this process, I was seeking out any and every information, and these were just some basics on the width of doors. You know, we take for granted that a lot of these accessibility improvements help everyone. How many of us leave the market and that cut curve allows us to just go without our groceries going everywhere? These kind of things make it a better event for everyone. Here are some more pieces of documentation that I took during WordCamp US. Again, I looked at the front entrance for accessibility. They had paddles there. That was awesome. You want to look at your event spaces like this. Do you have enough aisle space for someone in a scooter? Are your doors wide enough to get through? Another cool thing about US was they offered a number of different accessible rooms. So during the tour, we looked at all the different room types, and again, I was documenting everything, and we put that all out on our website. In terms of wayfinding, which I'm a big advocate of as a former graphic designer, how are people going to move through your space? A lot of the flagship events are at really large venues. I remember back at WordCamp US in St. Louis, it was a haul from one end to the other. It felt like it was a mile. So imagine someone with a cane or a scooter trying to get from one end to the other. So for me, it's really important that as you walk around the venue, there are key bits of information that show you where you're going or where you need to go. I've also a big advocate for, or I'm a big critic of, events that only put up maps as an image or as a PDF. Someone that uses a screen reader, if you don't put alt text or you prepare your PDFs in the correct way, they can't see it. So I always accompany that with common path information. I do text descriptions for all of the images so that someone with a screen reader can sort of listen to the turn by turn. And I'll show you an example of that in a second. What you see here, again, as a former graphic designer, I would seek out these maps from the venue, because a lot of the venues have really terrible graphics. They may be designed in beautiful colors, but there may not be proper color contrast. So again, folks that may be colorblind may not see it. So I took that information and I combined it into a floor plan for the entire venue. But what you see in pink are the common paths at WordCamp US. So again, how are people going to get from meeting room to meeting room? How are they going to enter the building? How are they going to move to the sponsor hall or get their food? So again, people can see it visually, but also, this is a close-up. Again, it tells you where the restrooms are. So again, it gives people some bearing visually, but the thing that I thought was a first, that I think is a first that I'm really proud of is there was a blind member on our team, Alex Stein, and he pointed out some information on the National Federation of the Blind website. They have an annual conference, but in addition to the visual maps, they put up a turn-by-turn or a description that's in text. So again, me being over the top, the venue had an app. Unfortunately, that app wasn't accessible, but it did provide me approximate information that I pulled out, and what you see here is a description of the key areas during WordCamp US in actual approximate distance. So they can, their screen reader, they'll hear it, and again, they can make a decision on how they're gonna go from room to room. And again, all that stuff is behind the scene. It's not a big deal, but for me, it's important. And here's another, here's another example of that. Another cool thing, one of the team members, Bree, went through with the video camera and video from one end to the other. So again, if you wanted to see how the venue looked, you could see it visually. So again, provide your attendees as much information about the event as possible. All right. Back in Santa Clarita, where I started, first I attended WordCamp Los Angeles, like I mentioned, and I wanted to do more. So I decided, I did a couple of meetups, and I said, hey, let's do a WordCamp. It was the first WordCamp north of Los Angeles and south of San Francisco since 2014. But the cool thing is, and I'm a Cali kind of guy, the accessibility history that I talked about, it started in California. They shut down one of the government buildings and did a sit-in for days. But the result of that is a lot of the buildings are newer and they're all compliant. So the local community college had a great facility when we did WordCamp Santa Clarita. And what you see here is two of our key members, Betty and Oren. They were in wheelchairs or motorized devices. But the community college had great access. They were able to pull their scooters in, park it right up front, and take in WordCamp. So again, I always think of events in terms of how people are going to attend and get the most out of WordPress. Here's some more in terms of the attendee experience. Most events, WordCamp events, have an attendee experience team. These are a few things that I always would recommend. Does your hotel or venue have a variety of accessible rooms? That's key. Also, does your venue experience team or your venue have the ability to call someone and get help? A lot of times, if you're a disabled person and you're dropped off in front of the hotel, will someone help you? Can you call somebody to get immediate help? Those are key. A cool thing, there was someone in the community space who I contacted. He was neurodivergent, and he said, Joe, you need to do this, this, and this. One of the key things is that I want to have distance when I go to an event. I'm not comfortable being around a lot of people. So he suggested distance badges, and that was done at US also to let people know that, hey, 5 feet, you can come up, that kind of thing. So again, there are different types of disabilities, but again, as long as you consider it, you'll make the event better for everyone. And one of the bullet points also was making sure that you inform your volunteer teams. Talk about these things in advance. You know, there are a lot of planning meetings that go into putting on a WordCamp. So just make sure you talk about how you're going to handle things. There's a link in the slides of a great article that I saw on LinkedIn about South by Southwest. And there was sort of a Spider-Man meme where the front desk was sending a disabled person to the accessibility desk who was sending them to another desk. So make sure that all your teams are in line and know how to respond to certain issues. All right. In terms of the live stream, And see, I've got an opinion on everything. In terms of your live stream, offer a low capacity room. That was another thing that Ryan Bourne and I talked about in terms of how neurodivergent people see these events. He was saying, I might not want to be in a large auditorium room, but if you had the live stream in another room where it may be 10, 20 people, that may be comfortable for me. So we did that at US. Also, one of the things that I never really see, and I understand that may be budget constraints, there should be ASL for at least your keynote. And most events have live captioning, which is awesome. This is a slide. One of my pet peeves also is I don't like the fact that captions are on the same screen, just above my head, which could be distracting for someone that may need to read the captions. I would separate them. All right. Also, for the speakers, like people like me, there's some great tips on making your presentations accessible. Again, alt text is probably something that you've heard about for 15, 20 years, but no one really does it. Someone with a screen reader really benefits from those things. Then in terms of websites, I was talking with someone yesterday, and there's an active WordPress, WordCamp site that's out there now that the text isn't accessible. That means the color contrast isn't correct, so someone that has a colorblind issue may not be able to read that information. So there's always really basic things, and these things that I'm showing you today are really simple and easy to do. They just take a little bit of effort, a little bit of extra effort. I'm going to leave you with this. I found this quote by Matt, which I thought was very appropriate to the style or the way that I see WordCamps working. There's so many talented people that I've come across in this community that I sort of draft off of. I ask lots of questions. I'm sort of annoying in terms of that, but we're all smarter because of the people that are sitting next to us. So as a community, let's leverage that and make things more accessible. The story I'll leave you with is this is something that sort of pumps me up. And this is sort of things that give me energy to keep going. During WordCamp US, we had the Community Summit in addition. We had Alex Stein, and again, Alex is one of the co-team reps for the accessibility team, but he was also on my accessibility team as one of the organizers. He needed a guide for the Community Summit. We had someone for him for WordCamp, and so I decided to volunteer. The disgusting thing was that there were folks with their phones walking between us, people closing the elevator doors on us. So it was just amazing, and he was saying, Joe, you just wouldn't know how much this happens to me and how frustrating it is. That's why I kind of do this. It's like we can always learn, and we can always be better. How can you get involved? Yesterday was Contributor Day. We had some great sessions there, as well as we met as the accessibility team at the table. Here's where you can help us specifically. We're always looking for folks to help test and things of that nature. I also put the QR code up in case you want to jump over. We have weekly meetings, we have bug scrubs, and we also have office hours to help you if you have accessibility questions. Here's that information I just mentioned. So again, if you have the slide deck, you can quickly jump over. Here are some additional resources. I always flood folks with the resources, but these are some great links, some great reading by folks that I respect in the community. Thank you for your time. You can, these are the last slide. You can find me here, Joe Simpson Jr., on any of these platforms. This is our meetup in Santa Clarita. I always give props to the Black press community. Find them there. And I'll open it for questions. But I wanted to do it a little differently. I wanted to hear your wins as well, not just questions about accessibility, but if there's something that you've done in your community, or even an issue that you found, I would love to hear about it.
Yes.
All right.
Anybody have any questions or stories to share?
No. Okay.
Oh, wow. Well, that was easy. With that, we have a gift for you.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Thanks for speaking. And if anybody does want to come up to Joe afterwards and ask, you're available?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be around later in a SiteGround share.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi. Meow. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello? Okay.
Doing a mic test.
Hello? Oh. 1, 2, 3. Okay. not quite. Now it's time. Hey, everyone. I am super excited to introduce Noflag and Minuk Kim. And Noflag is a security researcher, speaker, and one of the organizers of the Taiwan Taichung Google Developer Group. Minuk is a security researcher from Team H4C, and they've developed a black box vulnerability scanner. Today they're here to teach us how to think about vulnerabilities from the perspective of hackers. And so I'm really excited about that. Also, as a special surprise, they've let me know that they have a special gift for folks in the audience. So if you stick around until the end or just after it's finished, then you can receive that. So I'm pretty excited to find out. So yes, with all of that, please give a warm welcome to Noflag and Minuk.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. And thank you, everyone, to attend here. Our speech will speaking about an interesting hacker technology view. By the way, Taiwan is a very beautiful country and had a lot of attraction worth visiting during this day. And hope everyone have get insight and learn about hacker technology today.
My security web hacking since I was a high school student, and now I belong to Team H4C, while white hat hacking team.
My name is Noflag. Currently, I interning at information security company in Taiwan, and also serve as Google Developer Group organizer. Additionally, I conducting research in university lab, focusing mainly on network security technology. And since that year, I've been active participant in various seminar and speaking engagement on cybersecurity technologies. This speech will cover not only the attacker muscle, but also strategy for reducing risk and protecting website. By the end, everyone should have a solid understanding of information security and be able to implement measures to safeguard their website. Let's talk about how. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about why you should pay attention to security issue in WordPress. When you are a developer, you will encounter many problems in the process of developing this program. But have you ever thought that these problems are related to information security? If you think are related, please raise your hand to let me know how many people care about this issue. Is anyone? Okay, thank you, your response. I believe that when we ignore any small problem, there have a chance will occur a security issue. So as a developer, you should take security into consideration during the development process. And information security phase 3 from all directions, especially the item list on the slide. Developer must be overconfident in the program developed and also need to consider security issue. It's better to adopt a comprehensive approach to protect system and data security. And WordPress, a web development leader since 2014, continued to thrive in popularity. With global appeal, it offers adaptability through multilingual support and rich plugin selection, solidify its impact in the digital landscape. And look at this graph. You can see since 2014, vulnerability in WordPress has been on the rise, reaching a significant peak in 2023. There is no joking matter, and we need to take this trend seriously. And in 2022, statistics revealed that most vulnerability in Discord WordPress issue will be related to plugin. While plugin enhances website functionality, it can also pose security risks, potentially exploited by hackers to compromise your site. Vigilance regarding plugin security is essential for both users and developers. This chapter talks a little bit about the vulnerability case. The code presents a potential SQL injection risk, as it directly inserts user-supplied search query without clear validation. If WP static search engine query doesn't sufficiently filter user input, it could enable unauthorized action through malicious input. And AJS non-key in WordPress is a vital security measure against CSR attack. If compromised, you allow attacker to simulate authorized user action, risking malicious acts such as website setting modification, and even complete takeover, etc. And the is allow file type muscle check the file type during upload. But if manipulated, it can lead to arbitrary file upload. And the static move upload file function responsible for saving file becomes a potential vulnerability if exploited. Additionally, the WP insert attachment function used for parsing file in WordPress may be compromised if the initial file type validation is bypassed, posing a security risk.
Next, I briefly explain some ownership of CVE obtained by directly creating and operating a vulnerability scan tool. In cases like this CVE, like it is CVE, a payload of a cross-site scripting vulnerability that can be triggered by entering JavaScript malicious code into input field such as the authentication ID. Here's how you can see alert function in action. Then let's look at the payload. I entered to trigger the cross-site scripting vulnerability. I utilize event call on focus and auto focus. In this case of vulnerability, arise from the improper usage of the update option and get option function. The result of the sanitizer text field function, which contains the port parameter value, is stored using the update option function, and the result of the get option function is then output. One might assume that the presence of the sanitizer text field function guarantees safety. However, that's not be the case at all. Now let's see what the sanitizer text field function is. One can see that there is a secure function prevent hackers from inputting HTML. This code, which uses the sanitizer text field function to output HTML tag inner text, is a safe practice. But In actual probability case, you may observe the output of authentication ID. Within HTML attributes rather than within the inner text of HTML tag. Thus, it can be observed that the genital text field function only depends against HTML tag without blocking single or double quote. In the end, cross-site scripting vulnerabilities occur when JavaScript is triggered through events such as onFocus and autofocus. Like this. Next, in a similar scenario, there is code that appears to be attempting to prevent vulnerabilities by using the script slasher and script underbar function. However, similar to the genital text field function, it can be seen that this function only depends against HTML tags without blocking single or double quote. Additionally, update term on meta and get term meta can cause vulnerabilities in similar cases. Detection vulnerability pattern. Many vulnerabilities will identify solely through regular expression. However, to increase accuracy, we decided to develop our own parser open investigation. We discovered a GitHub repository for the PHP code. But let me demonstrate how the PHP parser works with a simple example. When parsing code that assigns the parameter a value to the variable a, it divides into left and right token, further subdividing into function and array offset. In addition, we discovered a method using the node finder class to retrieve all tokens, such a variable declared in this way before searching for vulnerabilities. We identified which token to pass and considered the various possible scenarios. Furthermore, when considering the code areas responsible for handling parameter values that hackers can input in actual PHP projects, we divided them into three categories: global, function, and class. We paid attention to parsing process that involved various interactions, such as parameter path to function. It factors return values from function globally declared variables or class methods when functions are called from the global scope. We have examined the parsing process. Now let's explore the scenario of finding vulnerabilities for cross-site scripting vulnerability. We focus on the fact that the input is directly exposed on the page. So if we inspect all the process in PHP code that accept input as parameter, There are several ways to input data, including the superglobal variable, get, post, met, and request. After passing these variables thoroughly, we pass functions like echo, print underscore r, and vai dump that output variables containing input values. Ultimately, when summarizing the code case for parsing, we track them down into three scenarios. Case where superglobal variables like that, get, post, and request are used. Next, CXRF vulnerabilities involve authenticator users with various permissions to make specific requests to the web application. In other words, if the server does not verify the user's identity using a CXRF token, the application is considered vulnerable to CXRF attack. Let's examine a CXRF vulnerability case. I did cover as an example in the provided code. We can see that it accepts a parameter called check ID and invoke database related code. Therefore, all that needed is to simply get the value of check ID and send the request. If I inject malicious code into check ID and make people click the submit button in the HTML within the prompt tag, ultimately, when the administrator clicks the button containing the malicious code, an unintended request is made, leading to a CXRF vulnerability. Thus, if the server does not receive and identify users using a CXRF token, it can be identified as a CXRF vulnerability. In actual patch case, you can see the use of the verified launch function to check CXRF, ultimately knowing the pointers that identify vulnerabilities make automation easier.
In the previous chapter, we talked about WordPress vulnerability. Now, let's talk about how to reduce the risk of this security attack and common vulnerability fix case. The code may export the entire website to malicious action, such as redirect or distribution, and depending on where user input is accepted. Additionally, a security arises from an is-get output in echo statement, posing a risk of cross-square attack problem when displaying value from the option in HTML input fields. And this code defends against cross-square attack using a multi-layer approach. It filters user input with filter sanitized string to ensure bio-string data, then it's gathered with ESC ATTR to prevent HTML or JavaScript execution. Sorry. And SQL injection occurs when user input is improperly handled, risking data compromise, and it allows attacker to extract or insert malicious data. So, if we want to prevent this, we could use WPDB to prepare with placeholder and validate input, as shown in the provide code snippet using int val for integers. This code, although it validates the authorization of the user, does not validate a nonce token. Let's go prevent CSR attack by checking user privilege and validating the present and validity of CSR token using WP verify nonce before allowing to update operation. This ensures only legitimates required can modify setting. So as a developer, you should not think of security protection only after a security problem has occurred. And security is a continuous challenge with involving tree. Minimize risk and through update measure and training employees on security awareness and regular system review. And stay vigilant and adapt to new tree for ongoing data and system safety. Risk-based automation is essential for effective security. Assess impact and likelihood to categorize risk, and prioritize urgent measures for high risk, and plan for medium risk, and monitor or make minor adjustment for low risk. According to the situation, available resource for optimized security measure. So a security-focused software development lifecycle integrates security requirements from start, ensuring a secure architecture, information with secure coding practice, and regular testing. And deployment includes through security measures. This approach guarantees robust application that safeguard user data and uphold the organization reputations. I hope everyone has gained insight and learned technology on how to protect website security in today's speech. We will not have an on-site Q&A this time, but you can contact us by scanning the QR code, and QR code have our blog link. So you can make out the event menu of WordCamp Asia. And thank you all for your participation. But, okay, and wait a minute. And we are going to get the audience a very important gift, and I believe that all developers will need to list very much. It's called Great, and Taiwan is really on it to protect our device. But the number we have prepared only 120 maybe. And so if any foreigner want to list, can please wait in line here, or we will take this to you. Very sad everyone to attend our speech. We have spent a very meaningful time together. Thank you.
Should we do that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to do the gift afterward? After the handout or before? I know it's part of the procedure. I can.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Oh, thank you. Oh,
The MC want to give you something.
okay.
Give you something.
Yeah, please.
I think if it's okay with you, they want to do a presentation of a gift and a picture. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Noflag and Minuk. I have a special gift for you both if you would like.
Very thank you.
Do you mind coming over here? I think they want to take a picture. Is that okay?
Yeah, okay.
So let's see the right one. So here's yours. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to? Okay. They said they don't want to do question and answers.
But you can add.
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to?
But they, or
we have time.
they
If
can.
you want to. I'll ask for them.
Right now, not very convenient. But I think that can scan their.
It's all your preference. Okay.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you'd
yeah.
rather not, it's
Our
fine.
profile in this. If you want to ask any question,
Okay.
just feel free to scan QR code.
Okay, that's great. So I have a couple of housekeeping notes. The first is, please wait to open the snacks until you leave the room. We've been asked to please do that by the venue. So that's the first one. The second is that please stick around. The next presentation is from Aaron Campbell, who'll be teaching us about his experience in building reputation and using that to help your life and your career. And so I'm really excited about that.
I know you're
A couple of other venue-related things. Be sure to visit our sponsors on the first floor. They're in the Moon Bear Hall. On the second floor, they are in the Sun Moon Hall. And at the moment, we have the community corner also in Sun Moon, in the same floor where the sponsors are. A job board, if you have anything to post, either for if you're interested in a job or if you're looking to hire folks. So you can come by anytime and check that out as well. Thanks so much.
How are you feeling, though?
Oh, sorry. I'm not speak Korean.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
I take this off? Yeah, okay. How does that work? Sounds okay? Good.
I am very excited to have the opportunity to introduce to you Aaron Campbell. He's been contributing to WordPress for 17 years now and was one of the folks to personally invite me into the community. And so I'm extremely grateful. And I think that it connects really well with the topic that he's going to talk today, which is about building a reputation and leveraging that to help your life and to help your career. He is also in addition to doing reputation building, he is the director of product at A2 Hosting, and he enjoys driving off-road high-performance UTVs with his son. And I find that to be pretty cool, so if you want to ask him about that afterward. But without any further ado, please help me welcome Aaron Campbell.
Thank you. My career has been fairly long, as you may have gotten from the fact that I've been doing WordPress for 17 years, but my career has actually been about 25 years long. And through that time, it's definitely grown and progressed quite a bit. But I've also had a few big pivots along the way. I started off as a developer and moved over into owning and running my own web development company for about 15 years. And then into running a WordPress product for another company. And then over into the security space where I led the WordPress security team for a couple years. And finally into hosting, where I've been for the last about 7.5 years. And through that process of kind of growing and progressing forward, I began to recognize this thing that helped me along the way. This thing that I would eventually come to understand and start calling reputation. And at first, I mostly learned about it and learned about how to build it through the successful times in my career. When something good would happen, I'd be like, oh, I want more of that. I should investigate and figure out what that was. Later, I would learn the value of looking back at my mistakes, at the tough times, at the times where growth was kind of non-existent, and learn from those as well, and really build a better picture of what reputation was, how I could build it. And eventually, I would even learn to purposefully leverage it to achieve my goals rather than just sort of benefit from it passively. But it was really during the big pivots in my career that I really noticed the real power of reputation and what it could do for me. And I want to bring everybody along with me today on that journey of learning. Take you through my story, how I figured all this out, and hopefully learn from my successes and my mistakes. I'll share some of those too, to help everybody understand how they can build their reputation, how you can build your reputation, how you can leverage it to achieve your goals. And my story might start a little bit earlier than you might think. This is me about 30 years ago, 12 years old. And when I look at this picture, the thing that really stands out to me, aside from the obvious, like amazing hair and like really old 3.5-inch floppies on the computer behind me, what really sticks out to me is the goofy grin. And the reason is because it's real. That's not my like smile for the camera smile. That's not what you saw in like school photos at that time or anything like that. What this smile in this picture means is I just wrote this screensaver and it works. I was super into technology. I loved computers. I loved learning about them. I really enjoyed making them do the things that I wanted them to do. And the reason that I wanted to jump back to here to start my story is because that very real enjoyment that I got from working with computers played a pretty significant role in my successfully building my reputation and succeeding in this space. And so even though I didn't understand it at the time, I kind of lucked into my very first success toward building my reputation right at the very beginning of starting my career. Because just a handful of years after this, when I started as a developer, I was doing something that I enjoyed. And the reason that that's important is because building reputation takes work. It takes time, it takes effort. I wish that I was able to offer you just a magic solution that just made it super easy, but I'm not. I'm offering you a framework that works, but it takes time and effort that you have to invest to make it work. And as I looked back through my career to put together this talk, I recognized that there were some pretty rough times that I don't know if I'd have been able to make it through, or at least make it through as successfully, if I didn't really enjoy what it was that I was doing. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that your job needs to be your primary source of enjoyment or fulfillment. But I do think that doing something you enjoy can make it easier to succeed, make it easier to build a reputation in that space. And I would love to say that I just started off with a big success and hit the ground running, but that wouldn't be very realistic. Because right at the very beginning of my career, I also made a really big mistake that I would end up struggling with for several years. See, I had planned on going into computer networking. I had got my Cisco certifications. I had trained under people that did that. I was looking for a job as a network engineer. And while I was looking, I was helping my dad out with his company that had been growing and was kind of outgrowing some of their manual processes, and they really needed to computerize to be able to continue growing. My dad's not very technical, so I said, well, while I'm looking for a job, I'll help you out. And so I set up all their computers and spent a bunch of time looking through all kinds of software packages with my dad to try to identify the one that would help him run his growing company. And none of them really fit. So I looked at him and I said, well, I'll just build you one. And that is how I became a developer. Like that was it. That one little phrase, well, I'll just build you one, that was it. I really had no idea what I was getting into. It's not that I'd never written code. I had definitely done some of that, but I'd certainly never architected software that would run a growing business. But I dove in, and there is a whole nother story there that I will not regale you with today, but the really, really short version is I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than being a network engineer, so much more that I said I should do that instead, and I went and got a job as a developer. And as much as I do think it's important to do what you enjoy, to do something that you're passionate about, my problem, my mistake, was going into it with no plan, no goals, no direction. All of my plan and goals and everything had been about something else, but this was more fun. I was going to do this instead. And the reason that was such a big mistake is because you want to be able to build your reputation with purpose. You want to build it strategically to help you achieve your goals. But if you don't have goals to achieve, you can't strategically build your reputation to help you get there. So there I was in my late teens and all the way up into my early 20s, trying to build a career, but really with no plan, no goals, no direction. And we're going to come back to the plan thing a little later in my story when I get it figured out. But thankfully, at this time in my life, what I maybe lacked in planning, I kind of made up for in sheer energy. Has anybody ever used a bottle rocket like this? Yes, they're fantastic. You light the fuse, you get this satisfying little tss, and it eventually lights the firework, and you get the, and it's so cool. There's so much energy in that little thing. That was me. I had all that energy. And everything that makes a bottle rocket a firework is in that little yellow printed part at the end. The propulsion, the sound it makes, the color it gives off, the explosion, it's all in there. That was me, tons of energy. But do you see the long red stick hanging out the back of both of these? It's boring. It's just that. It's a stick. It's a little wooden stick. Seems innocuous, but it's critically important to the functionality of this firework because it gives it direction. It's what makes it go where you want it to go. And so if this bottle rocket was me in my early career, this red stick is what I was missing. A plan, goals, something to give me direction. And if you remove that stick and light one of these, and I cannot stress this enough, do not do this. Don't say, Aaron told me to try it out. That's not the case. But if you do, it still has just as much energy, but it just kind of randomly spins all around. It spins the same amount of energy as it would normally take to go 20 meters into the air and explode, but instead it just randomly spins and makes almost no progress at all. That was me. I had no stick. I was putting out all that effort, all that energy, but no real progress. And very early, I started my own company. I started freelancing, and so that's what I was doing. I was about to have a run-in with this amazing thing called reputation, but I wasn't quite there. I wasn't seeing it because I was just focused on the next job and the next job and the next job because getting work was hard. And I look back at that time and I think that should have been exhausting, but I recognized that I really enjoyed what I was doing. I enjoyed it so much that I was determined to make it work. I wanted to, so I just kept find the next job, do the work, find the next job, do the work, find the next job, do the work, expending all that energy until finally there was a bit of a breakthrough. Someone came to me with work. They said, we'd seen some work that you'd done before. We have budget. We have a project that's very much like one of those. We think you're the right person. Can you do it? I was like, yes, yes. It was my first glimpse, looking back, of reputation, even though I didn't understand it at the time. And it was amazing. It was like, oh, like clouds parting, rainbow coming down. I think there were unicorns in the background. It was amazing. And I wanted more of that. I recognized that as a success almost immediately. And you know how I said I started out by learning just from my successes? I recognized that and I said, I need to figure out what happened here. Because hunting down work, that's the worst part of what I do. Doing the work, that's the fun part. And so I wanted more of that. And I should have had a big, big breakthrough here. It was right there in front of me, but I didn't really recognize what the whole of reputation was. I didn't see the big picture. So instead of having another major success, I made another little mistake that would haunt me for a little while. I thought that the reason this customer came to me was just because of my portfolio. They had seen my work, so they came to me. The portfolio must be the magic thing. I just need more of that. And I wasn't completely wrong. Your portfolio, your resume, that's all part of your reputation. If you imagine building your reputation like filling a big tub of water, you can start to fill it by focusing on your portfolio or your resume. It's like putting one small hose in there and it's adding a little bit of water. It's good, but you're missing out on so much. And I missed out on so much because I got absolute tunnel vision on building my portfolio. I thought that was going to be the magic thing that was going to really get customers to be coming to me again and again and again. And so I just kept at that. Again, I had tons of energy, so that was good. But flash forward to 2007, where something really significant happened to me. My company had been growing really slow, but I had moved over to using WordPress. And I was building a project for a client. I ran into a bug. A bug in WordPress that I couldn't just work around. I had to fix it by changing WordPress core. And so I did, because I wanted to deliver the project to the client. I gave it to them. They loved it, but I fell into a trap because as soon as they updated that WordPress site, it overwrote my changes and I had to fix it again. And then at the next update, I had to fix it again. And no client wants to pay you to fix the same thing over and over and over again. So I decided I needed to go fix this at the source. I needed to figure out how to fix it in WordPress. And if you do the math, you'll know that 17 years ago, like I was introduced with, was 2007. This was my first contribution to WordPress core. It's okay. You don't have to understand the code. It's not significant to the story, other than the fact that this contribution ultimately led me to being able to fix my second mistake and break me out of that tunnel vision. Because once I got this fix put into WordPress and that WordPress release went out, hundreds, maybe thousands of people were using some of my code. This was a long time ago. And that felt really good. And in the process, I had also met a number of other people that were kind of like the same kind of geek that I am, and we meshed really well, and I thought that was fun. I wanted to keep working with them. So I kept contributing to WordPress just because I enjoyed it. So now I was expending energy building my company, trying to get customers, and I was also expending energy contributing to WordPress just because it was fun and I enjoyed it. But after about a year, something really interesting happened. And it took a year because building reputation takes time and effort. And I didn't recognize that I was building reputation at that time, but I was. And after about a year, I started seeing some customers get referred over to me from other people that I had worked with in the WordPress project. But it wasn't because of my portfolio. And that was the magic thing, right? That was what brought customers to me so that I didn't have to chase them down. But these were customers that hadn't seen my portfolio, being referred to me by people who hadn't seen my portfolio. They had seen my reputation, not my portfolio, and that was enough for them. And the reputation that they saw was the part where I had been working to help build this thing for other people, where maybe I had helped put a feature in WordPress and worked alongside them. And suddenly I realized that I could get this thing that I wanted, the customers coming in. I could build this reputation. It's a much bigger thing than just my portfolio. I can look outside my work and find ways of benefiting my work. And that was a light bulb moment. That got me out of that tunnel vision, and I started looking for what are the other ways that I can build my reputation. And I kept contributing to WordPress core. That was another hose going into that tub and filling it up. And I started releasing WordPress plugins. That was another hose. And I started speaking at events. That was another hose. And I just kept looking for that. And I started to see so much growth so fast. It was amazing. And those are the areas where I, as a developer, found to grow my reputation outside my work. And those ways may be really different for you as you try to grow your reputation to accomplish your goals. But definitely take some time to think about what are the things outside of my portfolio, outside of my resume, not at work, but that can also help me achieve my goals. And because things started growing so fast, I saw so much work coming in that I couldn't do it all. I needed to pass some along to other people. And that sort of pushed me into my next success, which was finally making a plan and setting some goals. Because I realized that I needed to have a way of deciding what work I should keep and what work I should pass on. And before I get too deep into what my plan looked like, I want to pause for a second and talk about what it means when I say make a plan, set some goals. Because a lot of people get stuck on this point. They feel like this needs to be a big thing, a big plan, a career map, a business plan. It can be very simple. All you need to do is sit down and ask yourself, what do I want? What is it that I am trying to get? What am I trying to achieve? And write it down. We're going to explain why it's so important to write it down in a little bit, but write it down and be honest. Like, this is what you want. There's no right answer to this. There's no one thing that everybody should be wanting. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? For me, at this time in my life, I really wanted to own my own company. I wanted to make lots of money. I wanted to not be tied down to any one location. I wanted to be able to work from wherever I was. And when it comes to choosing work, I wanted bigger projects, because that let me spend more time writing the code and building the thing and less time with the customer, which was the part that I didn't care for as much. And so now I'd built reputation, I'd made a plan, so I had some direction, a place to point that bottle rocket, right? I finally added that stick. It was so exciting. And I was enjoying the benefits of my reputation, but only passively. I wasn't really leveraging it. And I'll never forget when I learned the value of leveraging my reputation, because I really disliked it. It was a hard lesson for me to learn. It was a tough one for me. But if we jump ahead to 2010, my business had been growing a lot. And I merged it with 2 other companies that were also doing well in the space, and we were focused on enterprise-level clients. So we were writing all kinds of proposals. And one of my partners, they wanted to change a section of our proposal that talked about our company. This is our company, this is what we do, these are the clients that we've worked with, that kind of thing. And broaden it out to really highlight our whole reputation as a company and as partners in the company individually. I wanted to talk about things like other tools that we built, places that we had spoke, WordPress releases that we had led, those kinds of things. And I didn't like that idea. It was awkward. It was uncomfortable. I think that I kind of felt like it was bragging, and I didn't care for it. But they were persistent, and I didn't really have a good, solid argument against it, because there was nothing inaccurate, no lies there. So I let them make the change, as uncomfortable as it was. And much to my disappointment, but also excitement, it made a really big difference in the percentage of those proposals that turned into signed contracts. And so suddenly, I was leveraging my reputation. It took me a little while to come around to really enjoying doing that, but someone at that time told me something that I have since learned to embrace, which was that if you've put in the work, the time, the effort to build that reputation, you've done all those things, you've invested your time, that's yours. Taking credit for something that you actually did, that's okay to do. And so now I had built the reputation, spent all the time cultivating it, and was actually leveraging it, putting it out there purposefully. Once you've built the reputation, that's what you need to do next. Start putting it out there purposefully. But I really hadn't seen the peak of the power of reputation. But a few years later, things changed really dramatically for me personally, outside of work. And this is why. These are my grandparents. They had long since retired at this time. They'd moved out to Oklahoma to be with my parents in their later years. And then my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and my grandma started having real serious heart issues. And after open heart surgery on grandma and my grandpa having a significant decline, my parents didn't think that they were going to be able to continue caring for my grandparents on their own. Thankfully, I had been very adamant that I did not want to be tied down to any one location. I had built my reputation and directed my career accordingly. And so in middle of 2013, me and my family, we up and moved to Oklahoma to help take care of my grandparents. But as great as that was, about 6 or 8 months into that, I was not doing so well. I was really struggling because I was trying to run a growing company that was bringing on employees and have a family and be a caretaker for my grandparents, and it was too much. But thankfully, I had learned my lesson before. I knew where I needed to start if I was going to make some changes. So I sat down and I asked myself this question: what do I want? This, by the way, is you all's homework. You're going to go away, you're going to ask yourself this question: what do I want? You're going to write it down. This time, my list was really different. The most important things were being there for my family, taking care of my grandparents. Owning my own company had fallen so far down the list that just wasn't important anymore. I still wanted to make money, but mostly just to sustain my ability to be out there taking care of them. And it didn't matter if I was locked into a location as long as it was that location, because I had no intention of leaving. And my 2 big takeaways from that, the first is really important for all of us here. My plan, my goals were really out of date. And that was not good. My stick for my bottle rocket was pointed where I had wanted to be before, but what I wanted had significantly changed. And so ever since then, I have been very proactive about sitting down and asking myself this question regularly. I actually have a quarterly calendar reminder that has me do this. And so the reason you need to make sure that you write down your list when you do this is so that you can go back to it, update it regularly, keep it in line with what it is that you want, because as you change, your goals change as well. And the second thing that I really noticed that I took away from that was that I was going to need to make some really big changes. Thankfully, reputation to the rescue. And I say thankfully because I was a little scared at this point, because I thought that the thing I needed to do in order to accomplish my new set of goals was work for somebody else. Because my top goals had nothing to do with work. I needed more time outside of work, and that's hard to do as a business owner. But working for someone else was scary because I had not done that in 15 years, and I wasn't sure I was incredibly employable. And I definitely knew that who I worked for would be very important to my ability to actually succeed in that, in working for someone else. So I sent out some feeler emails to a few places that I thought I would be able to work, and I got not just responses, but offers back. And I was able to shift over and work running a product inside of a small WordPress company called iThemes. And that was not because of my resume. My resume was almost empty at that time, self-employed, 15 years. It was not because of my portfolio, because I started running a product. There weren't any products in my portfolio. That was because of my reputation. That was because of that whole picture. Sure, maybe a little bit my portfolio, but also my activity in the WordPress project, things that I had built, talks that I had given, people that I had helped. that all came into play in allowing me to make that pivot. One last quick thought. Things were a little different building my reputation after then inside of other companies. And it's important to note that your reputation is not the same as your company's reputation. And I want to make sure to highlight this because just because you may be in a company that has a good reputation or is in a good spot, you may be benefiting from that, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't still be building and cultivating your own reputation, because that goes with you when you leave. I thought that my reputation and my companies were the same, but mine came with me when I left. And so to do that, even from inside a company, do what you enjoy, make a plan, set goals, give yourself the stick for your bottle rocket, aim it. Look beyond just your portfolio, look outside your work, and then enjoy the benefits. And I think that unfortunately I have taken up all of my time, so I'm not sure that there actually is time for question and Q&A, but I will be around and would love to talk to you all about this.
Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you. We do have time for Q&A. Awesome. When I got the times up, I was like,
have some time for Q&A. So,
awesome.
Does anyone have some questions they would like to ask?
Hi, my name's Helen, and I wanted to ask, like, nowadays there's like so much going on, so much noise, social media, whatnot. What's the difference, do you think, between the idea of building reputation, which what you've described is very much, I would say, cultivating in a very sort of personalized way, to today, where it's sort of, I want to say, sort of TikTok quick, sort of, videos out there. So, do you have a particular take on that?
I think that there's a difference between reputation and kind of popularity, I guess. And I think that if you build quick and it's more of this popularity following, there are definitely some benefits to that. There are things that that can really accomplish, but this broader picture that's going to really carry you along as quickly as you can build favor, you can lose it in those spaces. And if you are slowly, methodically, purposefully cultivating this reputation for yourself, it stays. I think that's the biggest difference.
Hi, can you talk a little bit more about how you leveraged your reputation in terms of painting that holistic picture, and what are some of the, I guess, potential mistakes that you looked out for along your way?
Yeah, as far as leveraging my reputation, I think that the big thing that I learned there when I was talking about the proposals was that not always is your reputation just obviously visible to everybody. Sometimes you have to put it out there. This is me, this is what I've built, this is what I've done, this is who I am and why you should be interested in working with me or hiring me or whatever it is. And proactively putting your reputation out there, at least for me at first especially, was really hard. It felt really awkward to do. But that difference between just passively letting it happen and actively leveraging it by putting it out there made a noticeable difference. And yes, in like those proposals for going out to these enterprise customers, the percentage change was very measurable in how many accepted those. And later, as I was trying to move into these different spaces in hosting, in security, in product. It was the same thing. It was me having to really actively put that out there. And even for my most recent role, sitting down with the company that I was going to be moving over to work with and talking about everything that I just referenced, things that I've done in the WordPress community, things, talks that I have given. It feels weird for me to talk about those actively, but it makes a big difference. How did I get over the hurdle of it feeling awkward? And I don't think I did. It still feels awkward, but I do it anyway because I recognize that it's valuable. I wish that it didn't feel awkward. Yeah. I think it's okay to just be like, hey, this is an awkward thing for me to do, but it's valuable, so I'm going to do it anyway. Hey, being up here on stage and talking in front of you all, this is awkward for me too, but I do it because I think it's important. Anybody else? No?
What did you do to proactively leverage your reputation? Like, did you send cold mails to companies, and do you proactively meeting people in this community? And so how exactly did you do?
Yeah, I think that comes back to this last question where I guess it depends on what it is that I'm trying to proactively leverage my reputation to accomplish. When I was working at my own business, what I wanted to accomplish was getting clients, getting those signed enterprise contracts. And so the way that I proactively did it was including it in those proposals to them. But in other ways, if it's more about, now, one of the things that I do is build partnerships with plugins in the space for the company that I work for. And so sometimes just getting meetings with those people means proactively reaching out and kind of leveraging my name, my own personal reputation to get those meetings. And so, yeah, sometimes it's just reaching out to someone with that whole context, as awkward as it may be to do, including that so that you can achieve the thing that you're trying to achieve. We got another follow-up.
Sorry. So along your way though, have you ever looked back and be like, oh, that was suboptimal way of leveraging reputation. I could have done it better. Not mistakes, but room for improvement or something that you were not happy with.
Yeah, I think that as I look back, the ones that stand out the most are the times where I didn't really fully put it out there. Like it was less like, hey, I tried to use my reputation and it just, didn't work. Like, okay, that's fine. I'm not, I'm not perfect. I'm not the right fit for everybody. It's more those times where I think that I could have, if I'd have given them the broader picture, then maybe they would have seen that I was the right person, but I only gave them this small view of what I had to offer. I only showed them my resume or my portfolio, and I didn't really get the chance to give them the full context. I think that's the place that I most often fall off. And I think that that's because it sometimes feels like I would like to give as little as I have to achieve the thing. But that's not always the right way to put it. And so I think that that's the mistake that I most often make.
Okay, so as you are working on several spaces like your client work, and your contribution work plus your family life. Have you find any sweet spot between these three so that you can manage together?
That is extremely difficult to do, yes. I think that some of that comes back to the fact that I enjoyed the work parts of it so much. And so I was okay with sinking a lot of time into that. But that balance between how much do you foster your personal life, how much do you how much energy do you give to your work life, finding that balance is extremely difficult. I think my biggest thing as I was putting this all together is recognizing just how much that balance changed over the years for me. When I was younger, a huge percentage of that balance was just over on the work side, and now a much larger part of it is over on the family side to feel like I'm balanced. I think that that's just different for each of us in different parts of our lives. And it's okay to just be like, hey, I'm going to do as much as I can in this area because this other one needs attention too. And then just trying to be good about actually doing that. That's maybe the hardest part.
I'm asking this question as someone who's a bit social media averse. I'm curious how Twitter, for example, fits into this, if at all.
Yeah, for a while, I would use those social channels also as part of kind of building my reputation. Really about kind of putting it out there and letting people see that I was an expert in an area, that I knew what I was talking about, if you will. I have become a little bit more social media averse over time as well, mostly just because I find it very easy to spend way too much time on it. Like finding that balance can be very difficult. So I don't do that as much anymore, but that was how I used it at various points along the way. It was less about the viral or building a following and more about the establishing myself as an expert in the area that I wanted to be an expert in.
All right. I think that is the last. We are out of time, unfortunately, for questions. But please feel free to
come find me.
Exactly
yes.
that. Thank you so much, Aaron. I have a small gift for you.
Oh, yes. Running off the stage.
I almost forgot too.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. So up next in here is a presentation from Alfred Chai Tankang, who I'm excited to learn about the future of AI bots in WordPress. So if you're interested in learning about that. And a quick reminder that you can visit the sponsors down in the first floor on Moon Bear Hall and in the second floor, Sun Moon Hall. There's also a community corner in that same second floor area. And a job board if you're interested in finding a new role or posting something and you're looking for someone to help out. Thanks, everyone.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to have the opportunity to introduce Alfred Chen Taikang. And he is the founder of CTK Pro. And I also recently found out he is learning to skateboard alongside his two sons. That just sounds so cool. Today, he's going to teach us about the future of AI chatbots in WordPress. And I'm really excited to learn alongside all of y'all. So please help me to welcome Alfred.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So let me start with one question. I mean, people come and go in your life. And some of them, they will occupy a spot in your mind or in your heart. And sometimes you just wish maybe you are able to chat with them, discuss with them, share your thoughts with them. But it's just not doable. It's just not possible. But can you imagine if you can bring them back to life? What would that be like? I'm going to answer this question later. But before that, let me introduce a little bit about myself. As you can read from the subtitle, this is a book title from Richard Feynman. He's a famous physicist. And that describes my personality. I would say a perfectly reasonable deviation from the beaten track. Because I have my own track to follow, I like to, just like jazz music, I have the main reason. But maybe in the middle or somewhere, I like to have jammed here a little bit, jammed there a little bit, with different instruments. And as you can see, this is my eldest son. We took this picture 7 years ago. We were pretending we were drinking beer together and to scare his mother. The text is a little bit small, but this also discloses my age because MacGyver, back to the 80s, it is my childhood hero. So he is a guy, he can use Swiss knives and with all different kinds of physics principles to solve any problem he faced. So I made when I was a child, I am going to study physics as my major, and I did it. But during this time at college, I also joined the painting club. And I won a few prizes from the painting. And MIT's Media Lab was so popular back to then. So I thought maybe I should give myself a chance to apply something I really like. So I applied for the digital arts department at Pratt. Then after graduation, I spent another 6 years as a developer for different advertisement agencies at New York City. And at that time, I also started my relationship with WordPress because a few of our friends back to that time, we started to write blogs by using WordPress 2. And we wrote a lot of articles about the difference between Eastern and Western culture. So yeah, after that, I flew back to Taiwan and moved back to Taiwan, and I became a businessman. I found this company, it's called CTK, and our life is all around, life in CTK is all around WordPress. We build WordPress themes, customized WordPress plugins, we maintain WordPress websites. And I also built another company with my classmate from Pratt. It's Millie Lin. This is a design house. So we do branding, communication design, packaging design, graphic design, everything about design. And then I have another company, it's called Tap Meeting. It's a meeting service company. We do online and offline meetings, and also we have equipment rental. So currently, we have 500 iPads at the warehouse, so if you need it, you can find me. And the last one is a medical service company. This is medical service based on Line, this communication tool. So the patient, they can book or a session or an appointment with their doctor by using this service on the Line, the communication tool. All right, that's enough me. Let's back to the original question. I'm going to answer and look at who I brought back. This is Gushen Wang. He is my best friend. He went to School of Visual Art at 2005, and he chose a different career path than me. He became an animator, so he joined a production house called PsyOp, and later on he moved to another movie company called Blue Sky. So he participated in like a Ice Age, Rio, and Snoopy. And basically, we spend every Friday to Sunday all together when we live in New York. Every Friday night, we would start to asking each other that, oh, which bar we should go, which ball game we should watch, and which restaurant we should try. And we play Mario Kart, and we ride bicycle all weekends. And at 2018, he also moved back to Taiwan, and he started his own animation studio. And sadly, at 2022, May, I got a bad news from his family that he had myocardial infarction, and he passed away at that time. And I cannot stop crying from it for the whole afternoon. And this is where Gushen lives right now. They put his urns in the cans in this temple. And two of our friends wanted to visit him last December. So we started to have a chat group to discuss all the memory we shared with Gushen. And by that time, OpenAI, they also launched a new product called GPTs. So that basically means you can customize the ChatGPT the way you like it. So there's an idea came to my mind. I thought, oh, maybe I can try to create a chatbot just like Gushen. So with the data from his website is also written with the WordPress, and part of the memory from myself, no more than 200 words, just small memories. And I made this chatbot. It's called Wang Gushen Talk with God. Then I shared this chatbot into the chat group. In the very beginning, everyone was surprised. Oh, this is so real. And someone in the chat group even joking about, oh, we should put some of our private chatting with this chatbot. And as you can see, this is just a very casual and normal talks between my friends and this chatbot. They were asking the food from Midtown in New York City. But after one night of constant usage, people was so scared from this because this is from so real to real, and people over there says it's goosebumps all over. They cannot use it anymore. In my heart, I mean, Gushen left a very important portion, occupy a very important portion in my mind, in my heart. But he also leaves a lot of amazing works to the world. At this moment, I would like to share his last piece with all of you guys, and you can know him better from here.
贵宾，欢迎搭乘星宇航空。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Starlux Airlines.
在展开一段舒适愉快的旅程之前，请仔细观看以下安全影片，因为您的安全对我们而言非常重要。
Please pay attention to the following safety demonstration before starting your journey, because your safety is important to us.
根据法令，全程禁止使用发报类电子用品。有关行动电话及其他电子用品使用规范，请参阅机上杂志。
According to CAA regulations, all transmitting devices shall not be used at all times. For more information regarding mobile phones and electronic devices, please refer to the In-Flight magazine.
滑行、起飞及降落时，请将手提行李妥善放在座位上方的行李箱内或前方座位底下。
Make sure all of your baggage is stored properly in an overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you during taxiing, takeoff, and landing.
当您就座时，请随时将安全带系妥，扣把向外一拨，即可解开安全带。
Keep your seatbelt fastened while seated. To release it, simply undo the buckle.
客舱失压时，氧气面罩会由上方自动落下。
If cabin pressure changes suddenly, oxygen masks will automatically appear above your head.
拉下面罩或红色拉带，罩住口鼻，调整松紧带，正常呼吸，然后再协助他人。
Pull down the mask or red pull flag, place it over your nose and mouth, tighten the straps, and breathe normally before assisting others.
本机舱共有8个紧急出口，使用方法及位置均有标示，航程中不可任意出动。
This aircraft has 8 exits clearly marked with instructions. The exits should not be touched during flight.
逃生时务必脱掉高跟鞋，不要携带行李，依照指示灯光及空服员的指引，由离您最近的紧急出口离开。
During evacuation, remove high-heeled shoes, leave carry-on baggage behind, and follow the illuminated signs and cabin crew's instruction to your nearest exit.
救生衣在您座位下或座位旁。
A life vest is stored under or beside your seat.
使用时，救生衣上的吹管朝外，由头上套下，将黑色腰带拉至前方，扣好，拉紧。
Put the life vest over your head with the tube facing outward. Wrap the black straps to the front, fasten, and tighten.
离开紧急出口时，用力拉下红色拉环，即可充气。
Pull the red tab to inflate while leaving the emergency exit.
若无法自动充气，请吹前方管子。
For manual inflation, blow into the tube.
本班机全面禁烟，包含禁用电子烟。依法规定，不得毁损化妆室内的烟雾侦测器。
This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking and use of electronic cigarettes, tampering with or destroying the lavatory smoke detectors are prohibited by law.
现在，请您系妥安全带，竖直椅背，收好餐桌及脚踏板。
Please fasten your seatbelt, return your seat back, seat table, and footrest to their original positions.
有关机上安全事项，请参阅安全须知卡。
Please refer to the safety instruction card for the detailed information.
祝您旅途愉快。
We wish you a pleasant journey.
I know this takes around like 4 minutes, but I have to show you these things. And yeah, I'm fine with like taking out the maybe 4 minutes from my QA session. And you can always find me around here because I will be around. Now let's talk about the AI and what's happening inside there. Before 2016, everyone thinks AI is just fine. But at 2016, Google, they have AlphaGo to beat Lucido on the Go game. And people start to feel that this might be a little bit straightened because he can beat us on this game. But that's it. We don't take this too seriously. But as you know, the famous paper from Google, they have attention is all you need, and they led to the all these like a chatbot explosion at 2022. And actually, I remember the day. It's like 2022, November 30th, we have ChatGPT, and next March we have GPT-4. And then later on, we have a GPT-S, and with a lot of different capability, like reading, seeing, or calculation, or a lot of different kinds of input and output. And of course, calling interpreter. Then just 3 days ago, luckily I have a chance to update the slide. The Anthropic, they have a Cloud 3, and as they announced, it's better than GPT-4. And also they decreased the hallucination, but there are not enough reports on the market yet. But this they announced. I think this will push some like a good competition between them and OpenAI. And I know some of them know this one already. It's Gemini Pro 1.5 from Google just 2 weeks ago. And as they're not as they're announced, they claim they can take 1 million token at once and up to 10 millions. So basically, you can put like load of rings into the context window to ask him a question, and he can answer it perfectly without everything altogether. And yeah, and this one, I think lots of you may seen this already, but maybe few of them not known this yet. And this is called Sora. And this is product from OpenAI. And with this like 6 sentences, this prompt, you can have an amazing video just like this. Yeah. Raise your hand if you have never seen this video before. Okay. So this is just simple. You put the 6 sentences, and you can. At the very beginning, I thought this is fake because it's too real. You have a lot of reflection on the water. You have a facial detail on the face. You have a shadow. You have the lighting. I thought that's too fake, but then it's too real. Then I thought, what? And back to WordPress. WordPress, if you do, I think last year on the State of the World 2023, Matt, he demoed like a little demo about AI to having a WordPress website with some prompt. And if you do a search about GPT or artificial intelligence on the plugin platform, you probably can find around 200 plugins over there. And basically, they are categorized into two usages. I would say one is for content generation about images and copy. And the other one is about like a customer service chatbot. So they can absorb your knowledge or data from your website and answer the question to your visitor or customers. And let's talk about the hardware part. A few weeks ago, Apple, they have a Vision Pro come to the market, and you can wear this goggle, and you can hang the window around, use your hand gesture to control the things. And also, from Meta, they have this thing called Quest, and you can, with this goggle and the hand control, you can play video games. I heard it's very popular in the game industry.
Rated teen.
And AI Pin from Human is a little device.
Humane AI Pin. It's a standalone device and software platform built from the ground up for AI. Engagement comes through your voice, touch, gesture, the laser ink display. Play the song How Music Makes You Feel Better. Weather, the date, how much protein,
These almonds have 15 grams of protein.
how much is this online?
This is $28 online.
We'll tap. Staying in the moment and generating a gorgeous image.
And yeah, as some of you may know already, this is one I think is the craziest one from Elon Musk's Neuralink.
We're thrilled to introduce Neuralink's PRIME study, the first clinical trial of a groundbreaking experimental device that could help transform the lives of people with paralysis. Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts. This is made possible by placing a small, cosmetically invisible implant in a part of your brain that plans movements. The device is designed.
Oh, oops. Let me summarize. Basically, they put a chip in your brain, and they can, as they announced, their first patient, they are able to control the mouse on the computer already. Yeah, but it's very scary for me. I definitely will try that after maybe 14 generation later. Yeah. So with all these kind of technologies and all this technology in AI and hardwares, I started to think, what can I do with my client? So I contacted my client. It's Eric Chu, and their website is called Everyday Objects website. And he founded this website around 2014. And this website is all about fashion, traveling, and lifestyles. And he's very disciplined. So in these 10 years, he wrote 9,400 articles on this website. So I asked him, let's do a chatbot with your website. So I do two versions. One is just the one I made, like Gushen's GPTs. And the other one was Assistant API from OpenAI. And I put it on his website. And because his website is all about like traveling, I decided to do a test with one of his articles he's really good at. This is just a screenshot. So on his website, he has around 216 articles about a city from Japan. It's called Kyoto. So I asked this chatbot, hey, how have you been? And he said, oh, I'm just a digital assistant. And then I said, I'm going to Kyoto with my friend Gushen. Could you give me some suggestion? So he started to searching and started to answer. And all the answers are perfectly from Eric's website, Everyday Objects website. There's no problem with it. And it answers correctly. But after using this is my first reaction. I feel no surprise, no scare. I feel almost like I'm just using a normal ChatGPT. I wonder what's happening over there. So if you dive deep into this topic and ask, what is chat? And I personally think this is the very unique feature from human beings, because we usually do communication or learning through chat. For example, like sometimes you will have a voice in your head. You will ask yourself questions, and you will answer yourself with that voice. And kids learning new things through chat. Take my kids as an example. They always ask Siri about anything before they can even read or write. And what is chatbot? We used to have Siri, Google Now, and Alexa. And now we have ChatGPT, Cloud, Bing Chat, Copilot, blah, 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 new chatbot. How do you draw the line between this chatbot and those chatbot, and say if one day we enter the stage like the ghost in the shell, do you still think this kind of chatbot are chatbot or those kind of chatbot they are real chatbot? How do we categorize them? And what makes this chatbot so alive is because they are smart enough, or they contain certain kind of emotion, or there's something we don't know yet. So I think another direction from the data training to look at these things. We have relative smaller data from Gushen's website, but the chatbots have a better result. And we have a relatively larger data from Everyday Objects website, but made me feel more like an ordinary chatbot. But think about, actually, we training this large language model from the data we got from the internet. They got this data from internet. So maybe when they train this chatbot, they use part of Gushen's data and part of Everyday Objects data. And that, for me, that sounds like the quantity doesn't matter that much. The most important part, probably you need how you train them to be unique. And let me tell you another story about data training. My little son, another son, he turned 7 last month, and I bought a robot for him as his birthday gift. So one day he brought his robot to me and he said, "Hey, Dad, can you teach this robot to write my homework? And then I don't have to write it anymore." And I look at his face, and I also look at the robot's face. I start to think, which one should I teach? And to think about how you make yourself today. It's actually not that complicated, but make your life meaningful. That might be not something simple. And as WordPress professionals, just like us, we have this CMS that dominate like more than 40% of the market share around the world. We can give us and our customer and our users, and corresponding to my subtitle for today's talk, the trends, challenge, and opportunities, a few direction we can think about. First is to rethink yourself and reevaluate yourself, and think about in your limited life what you are going to leave to the world. And be aware of the new things coming on. The new AI, new technology is happening every week. It's like a lot of news going on over there. But there, you also need to be very careful what you are looking for. Say, for example, like just 1 year ago, maybe everyone was so much mesmerized about how to write a perfect prompt for Midjourney to generate a perfect image. But that doesn't mean anything right now if you see Sora. And data liberation is what WordPress is doing right now. But how about yourself? They are doing for the digital data and yourself. With all this kind of new creation and the new forms of technology, you might need to think about the possibility beyond text, image, or video. And maybe, just maybe one day, you are able to recreate yourself in another phone, just like James Holiday from the Ready Player One. And you have an ability to interact with any interesting interaction or conversation in this universe. Thanks for everyone's listening, and thanks for WordCamp Asia's organizers' help. And with you and Gushen and me, we have this great talk together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we do have a few minutes for questions. Does anyone have any questions?
Excellent presentation, thank you. Thanks. I think all of us have been thinking about this for the past year, is as AI comes online, so much of the work that we do as website developers is going to be automated. Do you see that in the near term? How long before somebody can just come to our website and the website creates content on a persona basis automatically based on a query that the user made, rather than us coming up with this experience on our side? It's completely generated by the AI.
I think that's what happens to me from last year. To be honest, I'm a little bit scared about this kind of stuff because it's so powerful, you know. So and I start to ask my colleagues to use AR as much as possible. Well, because we are in the field, we know what's wrong and what's wrong. But if you are not in your field, you probably will be, you know, they have a lot of illusion, things like that. Yeah. But after a certain time passed, I know that's going to be happen one day. But I think that majority of the society doesn't really know what's happening in the software world. So, my opinion, I think that will happen one day, but not that fast, because everyone in different paths wearing these kind of AI technologies. So we should be fine for a while.
Any more questions? I have one question.
Cool.
What is the very next thing that you think folks should do if they want to learn more about AI?
The very first thing, I think you can just subscribe to any of these kind of service. I think the price is amazing. I mean, if you take a look at OpenAI or any other platform, and Anthropic or Google, the price is super affordable, I would say. Yeah. So start to try with this kind of service, and start to knowing that, and compare detail by compare the difference between them, and you will get used that to your daily life, your professional work. And that's the attitude we should bear, just like my slide from the last one. You need to pay attention to what's going on around the AI world, but also pay attention you didn't dig too much, because things evolve too fast. Say, for example, like the last year when they asked me to apply for this talk. I plan to do a more technical talk about a LangChain doing the RAG to train the data. But after Gemini Pro comes to the world, I start to feel, was that much important? Because I thought maybe eventually we don't need this kind of middleware between our input and this large language model. Say, for example, like there is a chip company called Grok with Q. They have a specialized in the chip, because a lot of companies they use GPU to do the calculation, to do the computing, and with this Grok they can. Because there is another one, it's called Grok from Elon Musk. But with just this one, it's a new chip. With new designed algorithm on this chip, they can have a better algorithm to answer you this question much faster compared to traditional GPU. So that's there's too many things going on at this moment. If you take a look on the Twitter, the X platform is like every week you have something new to see, to watch.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much, Alfred.
Thank you.
If you wait just a moment, I have a gift for you. All right. That is the last session in this room for the day. The day one wrap-up is happening next. It's in track 1, and it is at 5:45 p.m. For tomorrow, please remember to bring the pass that you got at registration back so that you can come in quicker tomorrow. And look forward to seeing you all then.
Great, thank you.
Hey everyone, 5:45 this room will shut. So just letting you all know. Thank you.